help the cause which you are fronting. I want to appreciate all of you visitors. I want to appreciate our partners. Let's clap for GGGI. Let's appreciate GIZ. Let's appreciate MUBS. Let's appreciate UNDP, Ministry of Water and Environment, and CCD of the ministry. Thank you so much for partnering with us. You know you are partnering with a giant. MUBS is a giant. So thank you for choosing a giant to work with. And thank you, organizers. I hope this will be a good day. Please pick interest and pick lessons from this. This institution has the overall head, organizers. He's an engineer. He's also someone concerned with the environment. He's the one who enables us to do these things. The chairman of council. I want him to come and greet you, say a few things, and open this conference. Engineer.
Thank you. I'm a short man. Good morning, everybody. Let me start by welcoming the Commissioner, Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water, Country Director, GIZ, Gesellschaft Internationale Zusammenarbeit, Country Representative, GGI, and the UNDP Res Rep, the Principal, MUBS, Deans and Heads of Departments, Management, and all staff, the Guild President and your Vice, and the women in climate change who are here today. All of you, thank you for coming. Let me start by thanking the sponsors and the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much. You know, sometimes people see things from outside and they think it is easy. Inviting a number like this one, and mainly ladies, whom we are talking about, women in climate change. You are the leaders. In actual sense, not going astray, ladies are the leaders in home because they care a lot, they take a lot, they are our mothers, they are our wives, they are everything. So when you are concerned with the climate, it's your role. You take the lead, much as men are also concerned, but you always take the lead. When you were growing, my mother used to have, I don't know how you call it in English, a charge, where they keep grains. She would make sure that maize, beans, and so on, they are kept for the next season. They were always aware of the climate change. Little did we know that they were aware in that any given time there could be shortage of rain and then food would be in scarce. Planting maize on a dry soil, it will not germinate. So they always prepared themselves for that. On behalf of MUBS Council, I welcome you for the 2023 Annual Conference of Women in Climate Change. MUBS is concerned about the environment in the country. University students are young and have a long future than the old people. So they have stake in the environmental issues. And I urge management to maintain and increase on the green that is here, so that those who come to study here know that environment must be protected and must be grown. Women do a lot in sustaining our homes, like I said. They grow the food for the families. Perhaps they appreciate the environment issues more than men, like Adalia said. In Uganda, rainfall comes, these days it is so erratic because we've not catered about the environment. People just cut trees and they don't replace them. For those of you who studied and are keen in geography, you know where rain comes from. And basically it is the trees and the plants that produce rain, although it goes up in those clouds and so on. I would urge the Uganda government to make it a policy that every Ugandan, every year, must plant a tree. By the time one is 60 or 100, for those who are lucky to stay longer, he or she would have planted 100 trees. Multiply by the 48 million people. How many hectares of land would be covered by environment and would be protected? The young ones, like I said, I urge you to secure the environment, guard it, take a lot of interest in securing the environment. For us, we are going, and you are the ones to remain on this earth with your children, our grandchildren. It would be nice when the seasons of rain, when the seasons of growing food have gone back to the original state they were in. Government has tried to ban cars that are very old. You know, most of these cars, the new ones, have catalytic converters. They are put there to reduce on the carbon that is given off from the exhaust pipes. I wish government would ban or make it a point that all cars have catalytic converters in them. Renewable energy. I urge all of you here, let us have renewable energy in our homes. I know the initial cost is slightly higher, but at least we can afford one that has 3 lamps and a socket to charge a phone, and then we spare the other hydro and so on, thermal and so on, which don't do well our environment. Government has taken interest and reduced the cost on the solar panels and batteries, so everyone now can afford, even in the remote areas, renewable energy is urged to be used. People have done study here in Karamoja, Soroti, and I don't know whether the other one is Kisoro, where we have windmills generating energy. For those of you who have not seen the windmills, go to Karamoja. They are there and they produce energy. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't want to waste your time. Women in climate change, thank you for taking the lead today. You're welcome at MUBS. And I would like to declare this conference open. And the resolutions you are going to make here, kindly put them in place. Don't leave them on the shelves, on the files. Thank you for coming. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Indeed, renewable energy is very essential, and this includes women's inclusion in opportunities when it comes to the climate change space. I would like to highlight today's theme mainly, which is very interesting because it looks at accelerating progress on equality and empowerment through innovations. On that note, I would like to invite Ms. Margaret Mwebesa Athieno Commissioner Climate Change Department, Minister of Water and Environment, to the stage. She is the patron of the Women in Climate Change Initiative. Let's give a round of applause.
I feel very happy when I see the youth, especially the young ladies, taking a lead in such events. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity, I've already been introduced. I'm Margaret Atieno Mwevesa. I'm the Commissioner Climate Change under the Minister of Water and Environment. The Country Director, GIZ, the representative of GGI, the country representative, UNDP program, represented here by Madame Gloria, members of parliament here present. In a special way, I want to recognize Honorable Christine Kaya. She's been part of us in the journey of gender, women, and climate change. The principal, Makerere University, and the entire MUBS staff and management, and the students. Representatives of UN Women, representatives from government, ministries, departments, and agencies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and a very welcome to you all. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this second conference, Women Conference in Women in Climate Change. This year's theme is very exciting, especially to me as a woman and a champion of climate change in Uganda. This year's theme is accelerating progress on equality and empowerment through innovation. I thank the organizers of this event, GGI Institute, GIZ, UNDP, and of course our host, Makerere University Business School, for their support towards this very important and timely event. As we all know, climate change is real, and it is a big threat to humanity, and especially to us women and children. As we all know, climate change is worsening by the day. It is not only affecting Uganda, it's affecting everybody globally. Whether you're rich, you're poor, you're young, you're old, it's affecting all of us. So the issue of inclusiveness, equality, empowerment, innovation is very critical. That's why I'm saying I'm very happy and very excited about this theme this year. Uganda in particular, where women rely, not only women, we rely generally on climate sensitive work, things like agriculture, energy, all are climate sensitive. And this does not only affect women, but all of us. But you're also aware that it is us women who are really responsible for ensuring that we have food on the table for the family. We have water for the home, to bathe, to cook, to wash, for both domestic and livestock watering. It is the women. So it really touches us most as, climate change really touches us most as women. And children, especially the young girls. In the villages, it's the young ladies, the young girls who go to fetch firewood, who go to fetch water, while the young boys could be playing football or doing something else. So really, ladies, we have a huge role, and I think we should applaud ourselves because we've managed, despite the very huge challenges we go through. According to a study on gender-responsive climate change for the full and effective enjoyment of the rights of women by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, if all women smallholders received equal access to resources, their farmlands would rise by 20 to 30%. That means 100 to 150 million people would no longer go hungry, and carbon emissions could be reduced by 2.1 gigatons by 2050 through all these improved farm practices. As I said, women, we are the ones who go to the garden, we do the tilling of the land and what have you. So if women could be put on the table in decision-making, in planning, I'm telling you, this world would be a better place. And this is what this theme is really about. So I really want to applaud the organizers of this workshop or conference for really having this insightful thinking to come up with such a theme. The total world population is about 8 billion, according to 2023 global census. And out of this, about 50% are women. You can imagine the impact we would have had as a globe. Further still, the population of Uganda today is about 46 billion. We are so many. And out of that, we are over 50% women. You can imagine what impact we would have had if we were on the table, if we were in the business world, if we had the resources. I'm telling you, this country would be different. The IPCC report 2023 outlines that the 1.5 degree limit is still achievable. There's still a lot of talks, no, it's not achievable. But with our actions, if we are serious, as human beings who have really destroyed the planet, we can reduce this temperature rise. We can reduce emissions. Because we are so many. Just empower women, the 50% of the world population, and you will see a drastic change. So the report focuses on the critical need for action that considers climate justice and focuses on climate resilient development, a green development pathway, low carbon development pathway. So that report says if we can go less carbon emission, less emissions, we shall reduce this temperature rise, and it is attainable. We shouldn't lose hope. It outlines that by sharing best practices, technology, effective policy measures, and mobilizing sufficient finance, any community can decrease or prevent the usage of carbon-intensive consumption methods. So there is hope. I think let's not lose hope. We can do it. Together we can do it. The biggest gains in well-being can be achieved by prioritizing climate risk reductions for low-income and marginalized communities. Ladies, the disadvantaged people, if we really equipped ourselves, the countries equipped us, we would be able to contribute a lot to reducing emissions, and the temperature rise will reduce. Therefore, giving women increased access to resources, including land. We know ladies, I think on about 12.5% of ladies in Uganda have access to land. That's quite low. And yet you know that it is us ladies who really till the land. We do everything on that land to make our families survive. So if we were empowered to be able to access these assets, the world would be different. Therefore, giving women increased access to resources, including land, can reduce vulnerability and create more resilient households and communities. In addition, involving women in decision-making can help drive the adoption of climate change policies and strengthen mitigation and adaptation efforts by ensuring they benefit the needs of women. I would like to say that Uganda has embarked on preparation of a national adaptation plan, and it is going to be all-inclusive. The women, there'll be heavy consultation, and the voices of women, the youth, will be heard. The disadvantaged, you will be part of it. Uganda is more of an adaptive country. We need to adapt to the challenges we're already facing as a result of climate change. So that adaptation plan is going to be very important. So far, we also have a national adaptation plan for agriculture sector. We are also now parallel preparing a national adaptation plan for the health sector. And of course, the overarching is the national one. So I really want to thank our partners, because all this is being done with support from partners. I really want to support our different partners who have come to help the country to achieve that. So these are some of the reasons why long-term climate solutions cannot be achieved without pushing for gender equality and women empowerment and leadership. I don't know how many women are in leadership, but I think we are trying in the gender, in the climate change space. As I can see, we have very promising young ladies coming up. But when we have such conferences, we should have also men. We have the men, because we want all of us to appreciate what we are talking about. And I want to thank the organizers, because we really have some men in the room. It is now against, it is now, and it is very important, therefore, that gender equality is put at the heart of climate actions, which I have already emphasized. It is also evident that climate change and gender inequity are intertwined challenges, and we need to address that. Furthermore, it is also projected that the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal and the Sustainable Development Goals will not be realized without gender equality and the full contribution of women and youth. As much as we talk about all these good plans, all these good visions, all these good policies, without having women and youth at the heart of it all, we shall not be able to realize what we have planned. This conference, therefore, offers an opportunity for various stakeholders to recognize the role women and youth can play in advancing climate change actions, and also showcase innovations and interventions towards climate mitigation and building resilience to the devastating impacts of climate change. I can see we have a number of stalls that are demonstrating some of these innovations. And I think the more of these sharing out of such technologies, the better, so that people are aware of what kind of technologies are available within the country. And they must be affordable. Ladies, women, we don't have the resources. So if these technologies are very expensive, again, we shall not be able to make use of them. So the good news is that Uganda undertook a gender analysis while revising our nationally determined contribution. Our nationally determined contribution is Uganda's National Climate Change Action Plan. Uganda is a signatory to the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and one of the obligations is that we have to regularly prepare a National Climate Change Action Plan and implement and report on it, both to the country and internationally, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the good news is that Uganda undertook a gender analysis when preparing or updating our nationally determined contribution to better understand how climate change impacts on women and men, And we realized that, yes, they impact different, climate change impacts differently, and to access the gender gaps in the implementation of mitigation and adaptation actions in key sectors, this gender analysis was very useful. So our convening today, we are really walking our journey towards building a collective capacity on gender mainstreaming in climate change responsiveness. We are also building awareness around climate change and gender impacts, and highlighting gender mainstreaming best practices and approaches. I think those innovations that are out there are going to be talked about, and they can be adopted and mainstreamed, scaled up, and disseminated all across the country. So I believe the discussions today will provide an opportunity for us as key stakeholders here who are active in the climate change and gender space to build on best practice through knowledge sharing, lessons and experiences to inform current and future innovations. Gender mainstreaming and climate change response is a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder process, both requiring critical mass towards achieving a common purpose. The reason why I recognized our Honorable Minister, Christine Kaya, she's been pushing for us, even during our negotiations, during the Conference of Parties in Bonn, in these different conferences. She's always pushing for gender issues. She's one of our key negotiators on gender. So please, a round of applause for her. Gender and climate change. She has done it for us when we're out there. Gender mainstreaming and climate change response is a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder process, as I said, and requires this critical mass. And the critical mass cuts across the board. Even now, us, the decision makers, members of parliament, cabinet, and lower down, we need that critical mass. Therefore, it's my pleasure to see you all gathered here today, working in partnership to deliberate on how to accelerate progress on equality and empowerment of women and youth in order to take advantage of our potential in addressing the challenge posed by climate change. Whereas women and youth are disproportionately affected by the existence impacts of climate change, it is important to note that they also have immense potential to offer a wide range of solutions to fight climate change if involved effectively. So I appeal to everyone towards harnessing the potential women and youth can offer as part of the solution to the greater, as part of the solution to climate change impacts. Government of Uganda is committed to mainstreaming gender into climate response and ensuring that women and youth are well represented in climate policy processes at all levels. I want to say here that last year, it was the first time that Uganda, the Ministry of Water and Environment, together with the National Planning Authority, issued a certificate of compliance to our national budget framework paper to its responsiveness to climate change response and measures. I would like to say that if we had critically assessed that budget, it wouldn't have passed. But we did it, and at least the budget passed, because we were looking at various issues, various areas when assessing the budget. We need to mainstream the budget and ensure that it speaks to those responses that we need for climate change responses. Let us also be deliberate and consistent in ensuring space for the youth who have been leading global and national climate movements, and also appreciate their efforts. We must also ensure that the youth movement is supported in respect to climate actions, because in Uganda, 60% of our population is youth. And I know the youth are quite energetic. And if you also joined in the effort to really curb down these effects of climate change, we shall go a long way. Lastly, I wish to emphasize that we are here because we know the value of women and youth participation in climate space, and we share a determination to see it brought to the national response. Therefore, let us collaborate to ensure that going forward, our collective efforts take the fullest advantage of what women and the youth can bring on the table to save the world. So when developing and implementing these new climate policies, we must ensure that we bring everybody on board so that we have that collective effort. And with those few remarks, I want to thank you all for God and my country.
Let's give another round of applause for Ms. Mwevesa. Indeed, having a people-centered approach in climate action is very important. Besides having opportunities for women, I would also like to encourage women to take up space when it comes to climate action. Next on the agenda, I would like to announce that we have a 10 minutes break. Breakfast is ready over there in the last tent, and then we'll go on to the next agenda. Just shortly 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Green People's Energy is a regional project funded by the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and implemented by GIZ in 9 countries in sub-Saharan Africa.
Customer bibiru madong yang maji kalian. Fridge madong kumbedana no tie.
Green People's Energy, in collaboration with the Ugandan Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, supported over 150 small and medium-sized businesses in Lamo district in northern Uganda to use mini-grid electricity productively.
Atia ikaru with kind, afonyo beru tina nyira. Kirme karuwich kon mo no ge project wachulo pi jemu kene mo bitiu kene kan chalo dry man metwo wichi yungi du ne chien kan binu chapa teta kin magi no fonye kene kuno o teta we kore chi wachao kin ma no teta kene ni wachao kin me gwa record piano wa ge fonye ge kuno kirme gwa record o chao cho business model mamegwa
food planning ponyiri no chalo stand capital mamega, but it was around 6 to 7 million. And compare ni nyeli ponye ke kirmo atika ponye tere nyara kirma chalo customer tere compare we have around 10 million.
The other role that the ministry is also playing to promote productive use of energy is stakeholder coordination. A number of players in the sector, right from the private sector, who of course are very key in this, CSOs, NGOs, development partners, but also government MDAs.
I saw an advert for writing a proposal for business. I received a printer and a camera. And with this printer, just within little time, I'm getting contracts from some schools for printing of exams.
Okay, next on the agenda, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister, Ms. Christine Kaya, also a Shadow Minister for Climate, Chiboga District. Let's give a round of applause for Ms. Christine. Kindly requesting for those who are standing, please take your seats.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank the partners in this. There was a program called the Partners for Resilience. But I think all partners that are taking part in organizing this, coordinating this, thank you so much. Triple GGG, I, GIZ, any UNDP, plus the government officials present, the leadership of Makerere University Business School, dear state, but also the Minister for Water and Environment in the alternative government, the one led by Honorable Chagulanyi Robert Sentam, is the one that gave me this mandate. But before that, I am an environmentalist, and we have been this together. I thank you so much for entrusting me to be with you all the time, and I am very privileged to give my remarks. We thank you for coming up with the focus of today, accelerating progress on equality and empowerment through innovation. As women, in these days, we have been commemorating our efforts in the CEDAW commitment. CEDAW is Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We have been advocating that women should be given freedom to own property, should be given freedom to work, should be given freedom to have leisure, freedom to associate, freedom to decision making, and all those freedom highlighted under CEDAW, which is as old as me, because it was assented to in 1979. But we see spaces where women have been granted this freedom, but their livelihoods are still not changed. For example, when he advocated that women should own property, especially land, many women, including some of us here, have bought land, not even bibanja, we are not tenants, we even have titles, some of us. But why is it that that one does not translate into the livelihood we want to see in our women? The reason is just one: the negative effects of climate change. You will have property, you'll have freedom to associate, you'll have freedom to work, but you'll be disappointed by climate change. And that is why we are calling on all women activists, all gender activists, to incorporate issues of climate change. Most of the men, most of the youth have been disappointed by the performance of agriculture due to climate change. They have run away from the fields. Women have remained with the mantle of producing food because culturally, you know, when there is no food at home, who is asked first? The wife. When the children are malnourished, who is blamed first? When the food comes late on the table, who is blamed first? When the quality of the food is poor, who is blamed first? It is the woman. So we realize that much as we build we consolidate the effects of freedom for our women, climate change has sabotaged our efforts. When the men and youth left us in the garden, women have decided to remain there. Because of the other questions: where is the food? Why hasn't it come on time? Why is it poor quality? Why hasn't it worked appropriately on the health of the children? we have remained there in order to answer those questions. That is why it is important for such a forum to be established, because then it is going to help us advance solutions to those questions. So it is important that innovations at the moment is spearheaded by fora like this one. We must look at labor-saving equipments. We must look at energy saving. Recently, you saw us advocating that pampers and diapers should not be taxed. In this era, you expect a woman to keep washing from morning to night. In this era, you expect a woman to spend a lot of time washing, not engaging in productive activities or economic gains. We are saying that we must come up with innovations that reduce the time women would spend on unproductive business. Look at this example. Shelling nuts with your hands, you will shell one basin. With a ginat sheller, will provide 6 basins in a day. And look, remember we are supposed to appear in front of our men very beautiful. Yes, our hands must be soft all the time. Now, if you subject a woman to shelling, to do any other activity to make that one basin, the hands will be as hard as I don't know. The same applies to cooking with firewood. You have always complained about women with ready eyes. You don't want them. But it is again the men who fail to establish energy cooking stoves, clean cooking. Wherever we introduce those things, you're like, those are for Christians who are educated. For you are not educated. You are fit for 3-stone cooking. But at the same time, you hate ready eyes. I'm telling you, ready eyes will be there forever, up to when you adopt the clean what? Cooking. So we are saying that coming up with innovations at this moment is very, very important, because we need to still answer the other questions I've told you. So labor saving, energy saving is very important at the moment. And we help our women spare some little time to generate income. That is when they will appreciate our issues. Dear members, we are trying to reduce emissions. The most important thing that women can do now is to establish forestry, plant trees. This has been proved and proven so many times that it is the best ecosystem to capture carbon emissions. We are enticing you, dear ladies. Some of you have already said, I have no land, and your perceptions are too much on eucalyptus and pine. We are telling you today, please come out of that Pandora box. We are encouraging you to plant trees for your own purpose, based on your household. There are trees for firewood. You have heard of calandra. There are also other species. If you want to graze goats, go for calandra. They are ornamental trees, nice for us to look at, women. Go for them. Try to plant trees that solve your problem. We don't want you to give excuses that because I hate eucalyptus and pine, then I can't plant trees. Please go ahead, adopt trees that suit your livelihood problem, that suit your household need, such that we contribute to capture of carbon emissions within the country. I will not go beyond this, but I once again thank you so much for giving me this space to share with you. Like you know, we are rushing to say something elsewhere, at the same time rush to go to Parliament and ensure that natural resources, climate change management is still upheld everywhere as we go along. I thank you so much for God and my country.
Another big round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Yes, indeed, innovations are very important for a sustainable future. And let's not only focus on us, let's also focus on the future generations to come. Next on the agenda, I would like to invite the Representative Country Director, GIZ Uganda, Ms. Luigina Bleish. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here. And it's a fantastic view from this space, I must say. I see all these women, these young people, and I also see the men who support and stand beside of their women, because that's also important. Yeah, I want to congratulate and thank the Commissioner and the Minister for this wonderful, dedicated speech, so passionate and giving all these insights and these practical views and insights of what women really have to also suffer and endure in their households and in their situation. And yeah, that was really touching, I must say. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning and a warm welcome from my side and from James Macbeth, our country director in GIZ. He is in Germany at the moment, and he was very sad that he could not be here with you for the second time. Last time he also was on leave, and so I'm happy that I can talk to you for the second time. Last time I also was here already. So, and yeah, this is really a very important occasion, so I'm really happy to be with you. So thanks goes very much to the Global Green Growth Institute, the GGGI, for the leadership and immense support towards the successful organization of this second edition of the Women in Climate Change Conference here in Kampala, in this beautiful, wonderful tent with the nice stalls they have prepared for us. So addressing climate change impact is not a task anyone can do alone or on its own. So this is a task we have to join hands, we have to work together. This is the most important. And this is why I'm very pleased that GIZ can work together with the Makerere University, Business School, the GGGI, the UNDP, the European Union, the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment, and Teens Uganda. And all of us together, we have organized this event. I would also like to recognize and appreciate the special contribution of our GIZ program, the Policy Dialogue and Knowledge Management for Climate Protection Strategies called DIAPOL, and the Global Carbon Markets Project for also supporting in the organization of this event. As you might know, Germany has, since we have a new minister, since a couple of years, we have started to look into a feminist development policy. So yes, at the very high policy level, we have understood without women, no change will happen. And we have heard here how much relevant and how highly or immensely women are involved in all activities where there is an impact on climate change. So we are playing a big role here, or you are playing a big role here in Uganda. So I also wanted to brief you about, yes, GIZ as an organization, we are a government organization. We also support in our own, internally, in our own work, we support women empowerment, ensure that they are participating in all our programs. So wherever we are and work in the world, we try to ensure that we have projects and programs where women and men equally work and equally can also participate. And when I say participate, it does not only mean we have a 50% women in place, but they also can talk, they can voice out equally as the men do. So Uganda promotes, GIZ Uganda promotes gender equality. We have a mainstreaming strategy. We have non-discriminatory work environment, which we promote within GIZ, within our workplaces, and within our programs. Equal opportunities, healthy attitudes. Health plays also a great role. not only talking about the red eyes, there are many more other health issues, and a responsible behavior and attitude and sensitivity for all of us. So yeah, our interventions in our programs foster more gender equality and also disability inclusion. And I would say we want to play a role model. We want to encourage all of you to go along together with us and create a joint atmosphere where women and men can work as partners. That is very important. So similar to last year's event, the Women in Climate Change Conference and Awards are a remarkable way to network, to exchange. So you can meet a lot of your peers, innovate, co-create, have a lot of talks, exchange your business cards or exchange your telephone numbers and WhatsApps, stay connected. So I think we can learn from each other and empower each other instead of being competitors. So please, women, stay together. Men, support you women. So this year we again have outstanding work which has been done in the sector of climate change adaptation or addressing climate change impacts by individual women. And these should not go unnoticed. So we want to recognize all your work and make it available to others so that it can be replicated, that you can make your business of what you have started. So things should continue, not stay only in a small corner or in a small district. No, we want to make it available and usable also in whole of Uganda and maybe also in the neighboring countries, because you have come up with wonderful, remarkable ideas here. Yes, Uganda is one of the countries who have an NDC and supports also the SDGs in a very remarkable way. So all your efforts will also contribute to this, as well as other GIZ Germany and German programs supporting the NDC. Special focus has to go on the young people and onto women. We have seen how and why they play such a big role. 60% of young people, you said, Madam Commissioner, are here in the country. So they need a future. They need something to build on to work on. So yes, let's address women and youth. And I'm also happy to say that the Rural Development Program, PRUDEV, Promoting Rural Development in Northern Uganda, which just has been commissioned last year by Germany, is specifically addressing young people and women. And climate adaptation, climate smart practices in the rural economy are center topics in this new program as well. So my hope is that this exchange and the discussions we're going to have are elevating the women-led climate actions. Does not stop here, but will continue. And when I say continue, it has to have an impact, sustainability. Continuation means we have to create sustainability for a future worth living, and you play a big role in that. Thank you for that already. So GIZ remains very committed to support you, and the topic of green growth, climate protection, climate adaptation, and feminist development is very much high on the agenda of Germany, and thus also for our partners here, the implementing agency, GIZ and KfW. So I will end my speech with a quote from the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan. He said, "The empowerment of women is the most effective tool for development." So for all of you, let's not just walk, but also let's embrace others, walk together with them, and walk a little bit faster. And I think we can do that together. And here is the best people we're having already. So let's join hands and go together and walk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miss Luigina. And then I'm seeing sad faces. Where are the smiles? It's a bright day. Okay, next on the agenda, I would like to invite Miss Gloria Namande, Program Manager, Energy and Climate Change, representing UNDP. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. I bring you greetings from the UNDP resident representative, Miss Elsie Hatafo. I think she has been at MUBS so many times. She wanted to come today, but unfortunately, she had a busy schedule. But she sends greetings to all of us, the young women, the ladies and girls in this room. She's very passionate about gender and women empowerment. The commissioner, climate change department, the country director GIZ, the country director TGI, the leadership of MUBS, and the Guild Council of MUBS. Thank you very much for giving us this beautiful venue for hosting this event. All ladies and gentlemen here, protocol observed. I want to thank the Global Green Growth Institute for leading this initiative. Thanks to you, Dagmar, and the team for really pushing us to have this annual event. And I think it should continue like this. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the initiative and the support in organizing this event. And UNDP is proud to be associated as well with GIZ and others to organize such events that are rarely seen. There are a few events where we've seen women at the center of discussion on issues around climate change. And it has been noted by other speakers, I'm not going to repeat, but we've seen that the threats of climate change are not gender neutral. They affect all of us. And we've also seen that 70% of women actually in Uganda live in poverty. And because of that, the effects of climate change are making it worse. The extreme weather conditions have been highlighted already by the previous speakers, the drought, the floods are affecting women most, and women depend on these natural resources for survival. And actually, a study has been done in eastern northern Uganda. It has shown that climate change has forced more than 60% of the girls out of school. Many girls you find in eastern region, in Karamoja region, drop out of school because it's a fact. You know, sometimes we read the statistics and think, you know, these things are there, but it's a fact. Girls are dropping out of school because they have to fend for their families. They have to fetch firewood. They have to go get water because of their role in society. They have to take care of their families. And to be honest, if this trend continues, I think it's going to get worse. This issue of gender equality cannot be achieved. So we should not overlook issues around climate change, because the socioeconomic impacts that it has on the livelihoods of girls and women are really enormous. So despite these challenges, I think we need a ray of hope. We need transformative decisions and solutions. We need long-term big decisions to tackle climate change and put women at the forefront. The UN has focused a lot on women. Actually, within UNDP, the UNDP administrator has done a 50-50% on top positions of power. You find 50% women, 50% men, and it's a role and it's working. And I think the government has also tried, but I think in most cases, the women there sometimes are also not really given the chance. Sometimes it's not about numbers, it's about the opportunities, it's about the influence that women will have on decisions, on policy and implementation. So let's not only advocate for the numbers, but let's also advocate for concrete actions and decisions. So the UN has focused on that. It has seen women as agents of change and has worked with women to integrate climate solutions. Specifically, I'll talk about what UNDP has done in Uganda. The commissioner has talked about the NDC. It's a buzzword, but it's just a climate change plan we have for the country. And if you Google it, you will see, I call it a climate change Bible, because it has all the actions that we need to undertake in energy, in agriculture, forestry to tackle climate change. I urge all of us to go on Google and see Uganda's NDC, the climate change plan. It gives us all the solutions. And we have supported the government to update this NDC. But not only that, we've done a gender analysis to see how are women, the roles of women and girls able to be integrated in the implementation of climate change adaptation and mitigation actions. So in this gender analysis, we were able to look at the challenges faced by women, we looked at the opportunities, and we came up with a gender action plan. This gender action plan should not be on paper. It has to be implemented. And this gender action plan is based on the analysis of these challenges, the roles and responsibilities that women are responsible for. We've seen issues around land rights. I think that our member of parliament has talked about it. Unequal opportunities that women have, and issues around decision making and practices to enable them implement these actions is their capacity is very limited. So we are looking at supporting the government implement this gender action plan based on the gender analysis. And in the NDC, there is a section specifically on how gender should be integrated and considered in the implementation of these climate change actions. And also, I don't know if you've heard of the Climate Finance Facility. I think we have a colleague from the Ministry of Finance here. The Uganda Development Bank has come up with the Climate Finance Facility with UNDP support and other partners to ensure that resource mobilization is specifically also centered on gender responsive actions in energy, in agriculture, and all these different sectors that support investments led by women. So this facility has been put in place. It was launched early this year. And I think now we are looking at how we can mobilize resources and enhance capitalization of this facility. We have also set up climate action grants, specifically targeting women and youth-led enterprises. These are supported so far 12 organizations and implementing projects in different sectors. And we are looking at continuing as UNDP to spearhead and come up with innovative financing models, both women and youth-led financing instruments like grants, result-based financing to support initiatives supported by women. And what also I want to raise that the Commissioner, I think, highlighted this, the policies have been put in place. But now, how do we measure, report, and verify that these policies are implemented? So UNDP has worked with the government to set up an integrated monitoring, reporting, and verification tool with the Climate Change Department. And this tool aims to support the government reports, conduct data collection, and also enhance the transparency around the implementation of climate action. So we are looking at tracking and implementation of these climate actions, but specifically, we are looking at also gender considerations. So under this integrated monitoring, reporting, and verification tool that has been developed, every action has to be tracked in terms of the gender indicators. So the indicators have been put in place. And this is a tool that is going to be rolled out. It's going to be implemented. We've started conducting trainings. A few weeks ago, we did trainings for the agriculture, forestry, and land use sectors from government, from the local government, so that they can be able to start using this tool. But more specifically, the tool will support in planning. If we identify any financing gaps, for instance, we can be able to say which actions have not been gender responsive and how do we plan and support government in the implementation of these actions. So it's an online tool that is available on the Ministry of Water and Environment's website, and we hope that it will be utilized to enhance reporting on gender considerations. And on top of that, we have also supported capacity development for different ministries to mainstream gender. And as we are coming towards the end of the year, we have the climate change negotiations, the COPs. We have COP28 coming. So what is critical for Uganda when it comes to the participation will enhance implementation and will show technology innovation is implemented that is centered around women. So I think it's something that at COP28, as we are preparing, the government is preparing for the position paper, we should use the outcomes of this event to inform issues around gender considerations at COP28. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that I want us to do that has been raised by a colleague from GIZ is raising our voices. Sometimes women's voices are not raised. Even when they are raised, they are not heard. But that cannot stop us. We need to advocate for increased climate finance, for implementing solutions. We need to support each other in advancing our efforts around climate action. The exhibition that we have today has, I went to the school here, I think St. Chizito. These are young girls that have started making briquettes. And briquettes, we've seen, is an alternative source of energy. We have a ban on charcoal production now with the high energy prices we have now. This is a solution. So we need to also work with the young generation, give them the confidence, support them as much as we can, and advance these solutions practically. So as I leave, colleagues, I want to request that as part of our engagement today here, we take every opportunity, every discussion as critical. We are here to network, but not only network, but come up with specific solutions and support the advancement of and the implementation of different technologies that we see here. It's not many, but these are all solutions that can really help us advance climate action. So on behalf of UNDP, I want to pledge our continued support and partnership with governments, with all the development partners here. With MUBS, we already actually working with Makerere University to set up an innovation pod that is also looking at innovations and technology. So we'll continue to work with government, academia, research, and all the other institutions to implement actions that not only contribute to climate action, but also the Sustainable Development Goals. I also want to end by a clause by Malala, one of the Nobel Prize winners, who said that we cannot succeed when half of us are held back. Actually, it's more than half. So we have to work together. We have to come up with the solutions, and in whichever capacity we can make a contribution. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Those were insightful, knowledgeable words. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the country representative, the Global Green Growth Institute, Ms. Dagmar Zweber, to the stage. And a round of applause, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm excited to see a room full of people, even more people than last year. I think I want to thank you all for coming today and making this topic and making this event more important with your presence. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Last year was the first time we held the Women in Climate Change event, and the positive feedback was just overwhelming. It was immediately clear that we had to do this again, and I would like to thank other financing partners who made it possible to make this event even bigger and better this year. I want to especially thank GIZ Uganda as one of the financial co-contributors, the European Union, UNDP, and many volunteers. Maybe more naive. For example, I have heard since I grew up jokes about women not being able to drive or being less drivers than men. And here I am every day insecure in my car because somehow I have it in my mind that I'm bad at parking. And I use drivers at times because I have it in my mind. Somebody has been telling me my whole life I'm a bad driver. And I think I'm not that bad, but it's in my mind. So even I am guilty of adhering to gender bias and listening to those innocent voices growing up who are telling us things that might not be true. I have slides. Can I pull up the slides? Sorry. Yes, I want to go to the second slide. Another example is how we engage with our children. I have some examples here for you where girls get t-shirts saying princess, cute, beautiful. When we have baby girl walk up to us, we will say, oh, you look so beautiful. And by saying this over and over again, doesn't mean it's not true, but we are instilling a thought into our children that girls need to be beautiful, that girls need to be princesses. And this was mentioned also by the honorable who was speaking earlier, that we need to have soft hands. This is what society tells us from child on. While the boys on the right-hand side, they get shirts saying boss or powerful, strong. How are we telling our children from this early age that boys are supposed to be bosses and girls are supposed to be beautiful and cute? There is something wrong there. So it starts from very early age that we are, without intention, I'm not saying this, we are doing this intentional, but unintentional, we are priming our children to adhere to certain standards. Next slide, please. Another phrase I really, really hate, boys will be boys. When you see boys playing around, or even older men in a bar, how often is the sentence said, boys will be boys. This implies that there's a certain way of behavior for men or boys and for women and for girls. And it also gives them a get out of jail free card, basically, to act certain behavior. Why are we telling our girls when they come back from playing outside and getting their jeans dirty or their skirts dirty, why are we telling them off? And when our boys come home from playing outside and ruffling some feathers left and right, we just say, oh, boys will be boys. Yes, in conclusion, I think we are priming our youngsters already from an early age, unconsciously, to act in a certain way, which might limit some of us who are not thinking about ourselves as bosses, and it might actually give confidence to others of us in society who do grow up thinking they will be bosses. Next slide, please. Oh, it's already there. Allow me to quote from the recently issued publication On Women by Susan Sontag, who starts with, how old are you? A question many women feel uncomfortable with. I'm not so uncomfortable. I'm happy to tell all of you I'm 42. I do not care. However, most women feel very uncomfortable with saying their age. Aging for women is a tragedy. The society expects women to be young and beautiful. And as soon as that ship has sailed, you, me, we are less interesting and apparently less sexual. Next slide. While men apparently get sexier with age. From the book I was quoting, there is a reference to Pablo Picasso in this picture, who was often still published with pictures in which he is, with bare chest and represented as being sexy, while he was at this moment already 90 plus. I don't know, it's personal opinion. While in a more local context, Ugandan men, often elderly and a bit of extra weight, I'm sorry to say, are associated with being rich and powerful, and are very attractive for younger women, somehow. Again, this is personal, I'm generalizing. So somehow they get certain status by being elderly, well-fed, and powerful for women and society. And those same Ugandan men, those leaders, or not leaders, community people, will have wives and side pieces that are much, much younger than they are. Because apparently aging or aged women are worth less than aged men. Or aging maybe is fine as long as you don't see it. There's no way we can show that we are getting older. So as long as we, and as society doesn't treat men and women equally, we still have a lot of work ahead of us. This brings us to the topic of equity and equality. Let's look at this slide. And I'm gonna make a reference to these boxes a lot. I think everybody has seen this before. I hope so, at least. And I'm gonna give some background to these slides. To be honest, our starting point is all different in life. Women, men, people with different abilities, youth, etc. At macro level, these are differences between countries. There's a reason we have climate negotiations between countries in Uganda led by CCD. and by Commissioner Margaret. For example, my country, I'm from the Netherlands, has a very different starting point today as Uganda has. So of course, we have different opinions and we are at different points in life. At an individual level, at micro level, our starting points are also different. And for today, I will focus on the different starting points between men and women. The starting point of women is often, when you look at the boxes, a lot lower than that of men. That is because power relationships between men and women in cultures, in households, in communities. It's the gender gap due to access to education and employment opportunities. The unpaid care burden, also referenced to several times in the previous speeches. Gender-based violence, and all other forms of deep-rooted gender-based discrimination. Take education, for example. We're still on the first one, sorry. Can we go back to, yes, thank you. Take education, for example. Many, especially rural women, do not make it to school due to their periods, something that half of the population has. 2 to 5 days per month, they might not be able to join school because of heavy periods and not having the proper menstruation management materials or pads. In Uganda, in the Ugandan context, also many girls have to leave school due to pregnancy, lack of money, or home duties, unpaid responsibilities, which means that others, in this case men, are gathering more of those boxes to stand on than the girls are gathering by the end they finish school. Now, I go to the next one, equality. In this specific education example, equality means that we need to ensure, due to additional efforts, for example, access to menstruation pads, saving schemes to support girls going to school, awareness raising around the importance of having girls on school. We ensure that all people have the same starting point and enjoy the same education. We all get the same box as a starting point. Next one, please. Now, when it comes to equity, we actually realize that giving everybody the same box might also not work. Due to the way children are raised, there might be very specific other educational needs and skills that are not encouraged in women than that are in men. Think about my example of driving. You know, women might not grow up with financial responsibilities when they are young. Self-esteem or entrepreneur skills are by the community and the household more taught. I'm generalizing, but more taught to men. So these are maybe certain boxes that we need to give in the education system more to women than to men, because society is not giving it to them. When it comes to climate change, for example, women deal with climate change impacts like droughts and floods. And only educating them might not be sufficient. Other elements play a role in this as well. For example, access to decision-making or decision makers, access to land rights, financing, a shift in power dynamics in the household. Again, I think Honorable gave a very good example about decision-making around cook stoves. While the women have the negative effect of the traditional cook stoves, the men decide if the cook stoves can be, if new and improved cook stoves can be bought. That's a world upside down. I have one more slide on this. Yes, the next one. I think the easiest way to explain this and the boxes is by the bicycle example on the next slide. If we give everybody the same bicycle, it might not work. I might be too short for the bicycle. I might not be able to ride a bicycle. Getting on a bicycle, at least I have a bicycle country, the Netherlands, we have more bicycles than people, but getting on a bicycle with a skirt is very difficult if you have that thing in the middle. So equality would be giving everybody the same bicycle. Equity would actually acknowledging the differences between people and adjusting the bicycle to the needs of those people. Next slide, please. So, back to climate negotiations. We need to make sure that all people, women, youth, indigenous people, and others, don't only have a seat on the table. And now I'm resonating, Gloria. I didn't know you were going to say this, but it's not only about having the same box for everybody and having women on the table, but it's also to provide marginalized groups or with the right tools, with the right boxes to actually contribute to that conversation and not just tick a box of sitting there. When we design programs at national level, at community level, or in your own high, when meetings occur to share knowledge and information, the time and the location of that meeting is extremely important. Because of the unpaid household tasks that women have, they will not be available at certain moments a day, because that's when they have to take care of their household, their children, etc. They might not be able to travel to the town council location, for example, either due to household tasks or due to safety. So when you are organizing projects and interventions, you need to upfront think about this. And you need to design your programs in a way that everybody can be reached. And now, again, I want to emphasize this doesn't only reflect on women, but people with different abilities as well. And then back to our boxes from the earlier slide. We cannot assume all of us enter those meetings with the same boxes. So prior to this meeting, there might be additional meetings needed in which we increase the knowledge of the people to be able to contribute. So as a personal example, I used to work in Lao PDR, actually on GCF readiness. And prior to the climate negotiations in country, we would have separate meetings with women, youth groups, with the different ministries to make sure they would understand the content of those negotiations and make sure that they're not just sitting on the table, but they're actually content-wise contributing to the discussion. Okay, I'm almost there. Next slide, please. I think we all remember this. And I know many of you, because we're all in this women, or many of us are in the Women in Climate Change group, so I know you've seen this. This was shocking for me. This was the US-Africa Leaders Summit last year, in which climate change was a big part of the conversation during that meeting. It is shocking to see these are all male leaders. And I think we all know, and this is a very unfortunate situation, but the only female leader you see in this picture, Samia, Honorable Excellency, Samia Suluhu Hassan, the president of Tanzania, we all unfortunately know how she came into power. And even though that doesn't break down any of the good work she does, it is a signal of none of these leaders are female by election or otherwise. And again, while it's a big win for the region to have a female leader, and actually found that she's the third female leader in East Africa ever, so we have a long way to go. I keep on wondering when I look at this picture, how would the world feel if this picture was reversed? How would the world feel if this was all women and one man? I don't have the answer, but even I have feelings with this. It's like, oh, that's almost impossible. Men, okay, I don't want to say men would never allow that, but basically men would never allow that to happen. So I'm saying it. So unfortunately, this is a very good representation of the inequality in the world. And somehow, how was I surprised by this picture if we're looking back at the day the Paris Agreement was signed? Next picture. Next slide. This is this, and I couldn't find a better picture, I'm sorry, but this is the picture of the day the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015. And while there are more women there, there are also in general more representatives, but at least it's slightly better, but I still didn't count more than maybe 6 women in this picture. So and I know we cannot 100% compare it, but just for the statement today, we haven't made any progress since 2015. Even worse, we actually went backwards. And now I want to refer back to my speech of last year, in which I encouraged, at that time, especially the women in the room, to be yourself. Leadership does not come in one form or one look. Dare to be different, I said. Don't try to fit in with the boys to get ahead in life. In this picture, you see one woman in a blue jacket. Everybody else is conforming to the expectations of society. Everybody else. Black, black, black clothes. The most exciting it gets is a very nice tie. Everybody else, in this case also the men also feel they need to conform to the expectations as society. My comment on this, and this is a personal opinion, is dare to stand out. Don't try to adjust your leadership style to comply with society's expectations, as those expectations are based on what has been a norm in the past. Again, as I mentioned, that norm in Uganda has been elderly men with a certain level of power obtained in all kinds of ways. In my country, that norm has been white male leaders. The fact that that is the norm, and the fact that women are expected to adhere to that norm, does not mean that this is the best solution or that this is the best way to represent leadership. Leadership comes in many forms. Women have unique leadership skills, and literature doesn't show that men or women are better leaders. They are different leaders. To generalize, women are more likely to lead through inspiration, transforming people's attitudes and beliefs, and aligning people with meaning and purpose rather than to carrot and sticks. This is not better or worse. This is just different than a generalized male leadership form. Women are also better at establishing an emotional connection with their employees or followers. So instead of having another slide, I do have more slides, but instead of having another slide, I want to take myself as the next slide and as an example. Today, I might be wearing black, but I made a deliberate choice to still try and stand out and not fit the expectation. You cannot see, but I put on my most colorful shoes for today just to make this point. I also decided to make this speech non-conform by not focusing on climate change and by making it personal, which is not often done at big events like today. When we walk away here, I hope, and I think there is a big chance that you actually will remember me because of the differences. You will remember parts of the speech. And by being skilled and professional, by being good at my job in my own way, I hope to make a difference. And I hope to show that good leadership doesn't come in specific predefined packages. I hope that people realize that leadership comes in many forms and many sizes. Can I have the next slide? Leadership comes in many, many different ways. Okay. I knew this was going to be a long speech, and I'm really sorry. Please bear with me. My apologies. Okay, a few small statements I really want to make. Feminism, gender, equality, equity does not mean anti-men. This agenda of creating equality and equity should not be carried by women alone. Can I have the next slide? It is not women against men. It is not men against women. It is all of us fighting for the best situation for the world and the future. Please, men, do not take this personal. Nobody thinks women are superior to men, just like nobody thinks, I hope, that men are superior to women. What we want is merit-based equality. May we all have equal opportunities to be the best at what we do and can do, to be the best versions of ourselves, and to not stay behind based on our gender or other reasons. Men, do not be afraid of losing your job. And I said the same thing last year, but I want to say it again. If you are good at your job, you have nothing to worry about. If you are not good at your job, your problems are way bigger than gender equality. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last one. This slide actually gives, and I'm not sure it's readable in the back, but later we will share the slides. It actually gives a few nice quotes on how men think that they are being helpful and being inclusive, but they actually are not. So please do read through these examples and make sure we all learn from them. We need men to be allies, to advance the equality agenda. And we shouldn't even say gender equality, we just should say equality. We need everybody to be on the same page. We all need to understand why it's important. And men, I am asking you to please speak up. Empower your female colleagues, empower your women, your wives, your partners, your daughters. It is important, and it's unfortunate that due to the way society is shaped, men will actually believe other men. So your voice will have more impact on the men that are not convinced yet than my voice or the women in this room. It is unfortunate and one of those things that we need to work on, but we need men to speak up for women. In conclusion, I like to summarize my key messages. Let's work together to avoid priming our children to take on certain gendered roles when growing up. These unintended activities will contribute to widening the gender gap moving forward. The importance of equality and equity. Some people might need more boxes to access something that others need fewer boxes for. Make sure that we adjust our interventions to accommodate and provide the number of boxes that people need to have the same opportunities. This hopefully will lead to having more women in powerful positions, more women in leadership positions. It is only then that real change can happen. It is only when those voices and the input and the needs are communicated that things will accelerate and change. Striving for gender equality is not a campaign against men. It is nothing personal, and we need everybody on board to make this happen. Okay, thank you very much.
I want to hear another big round of applause. I'm for sure going to remember you for eternity because you talked about empowerment, inclusion, and as we can see there from a live painting, the bicycle has been included. So it's very important for you to catch your eye on that painting to capture that bicycle. Thank you so much. I'd like to pose a question. Besides the theoretical academics we all know, do you know that holy books have some things to say or don't about environmental conservation? For those who know, please raise up your hands. Oh, only the chosen few. That is nice. Okay, I would like to, just for 2 minutes, kindly put hashtags for those who want to post on the internet. There we have some hashtags. These are the hashtags that we are using for the event. And we also have some Twitter handles that we are using. Kindly help me with the Twitter handles, please. Yes, those Twitter handles, please kindly tag them while you post on the internet. Also another Twitter handle. Yes, those ones as well. Thank you so much. Okay, next on the agenda, as we look through the holy books, I would like to invite Reverend Francis Osira on the stage. Please, a round of applause for the Reverend.
As you can see, I have the Holy Book here, so I'm going to preach. You dodged the church, now I have you. Holy books, what do they have to say about environment? All protocol observed, I am not going to venture there. I'm going to touch a little bit on the Holy Bible, the Holy Quran, the Buddhist writings. Traditionalism, maybe I will make mention, and then just share one example, and then I will shut up. Holy books, all the holy books, there are three resonating things about environment and what the faithful need to know. I know that when we talk about God, there are many interpretations and many beliefs. But one of the things that all the holy books agree is that there is a creator, including the African traditional religion, that there is a creator and everything belongs to him. Number two, we have a responsibility as stewards to take care and to be mindful. And then finally, we all come from dust. And it doesn't matter whether you have red eyes, whether your fingers are hard, you will go back to dust. Let me begin with the Holy Bible. That the earth and everything in it belongs to God. And if it belongs to God, who are you? Who am I to play around with it? Number two, in Romans, the Bible talks about creation groaning, meaning that somewhere, somehow, mankind has failed and brought pain and brought a problem. Now, one of the distinguished writers, Calvin B. DeWitt, came up with 7 things that I am not going to go into the details of. And he talked about land conversion and land destruction. And what does the holy book, the Bible, have to say about this? It says in Isaiah chapter 5 verse 8, how sorrowful, O woe to those who join house to house and add field to field until there is no more room. And no wonder we are experiencing all the challenges and problems that we are experiencing today. The other thing is about species that are extinct. Among our creatures like some birds, like some butterflies. Yesterday when they were recognizing Dr. Gladys Kalema, I was very happy that at least we have one, a lady who is into conservation. The other area is of waste and hazardous products. We forget that nature operates in a cyclical economy in which ecosystems sustain themselves, by cycling the materials. And regrettably, our economy is threatening that area. In the interest of time, let me jump to the Holy Quran. Number one, the Holy Quran talks about us being responsible for protecting creation from corruption. And that is what is said in chapter 2, verse 16. Do not commit abuse on earth and do not corrupt it. Number two, the Quran challenges us to respect all creation, but also specifically to preserve the ozone layer. And finally, the Holy Quran challenges us that it is our responsibility always to remember that God said, or the Creator said to the angels, I am going to place a successive human authority on earth. And if he wants to place a successive human authority on earth and we play around, then there will be nothing for those to come. Let me mention something about Buddhism. Buddhists believe that reality of the interconnectedness of human beings, society, and nature will reveal itself more and more to us as we gradually recover. And take center stage to make sure that everything remains and operates the way the Creator intended it to be. Among the three, human beings, society, nature, it is us who have started to effect a very dangerous change. And in the words of Maha Gosanada, now those who ascribe to the Buddhist faith, he said, when we respect the environment, then nature will be good to us. When our hearts are good, then the sky will be good to us. The trees are like our mother and father. They feed us, nourish us, and provide us with everything, the fruit, leaves, and the branches, the trunk. They give us food and satisfy many of our needs. And so the Buddhists say, spread the Dhamma, or the truth, of protecting ourselves and also protecting the environment, which is the Dhamma of Buddha. There is a lady who touches my heart, a fellow clergy, the Reverend Canon Diana Mirembe Kesi Gambaro. She set the example. And I want to request that you find a way of reaching out to her, because there is something that she's putting together for interfaith for early next year. And I am sure that it will be very, very helpful. She's just before you get to King's College, Budo. And she's the proprietor of Pomula Retreat Center. She has a few things to say, and she says she has an eco-friendly retreat center, and she has preserved 2 acres of indigenous forests. She has an agro-business under the forest cover, and she uses power for lighting, solar power for lighting. She's encouraging separating plastic waste from biodegradable waste, and she uses biogas from her 2 cows, and she grows fruit trees, and she is setting an example for many to learn from. Just a few snapshots of her work. Next slide. That is a bit of a natural forest that she has preserved. It has a stream running. They have not interfered with the plants originally there. And you can take a very nice nature walk. Go to the next one. That is part of the scenery when you go to her retreat center. Thank you very much. I reserve my preaching for Sunday, so you are welcome to St. James Chapel.
Another round of applause for the Reverend. Okay, so to loosen up a bit, please smile. It's not a death sentence. Yes. To loosen up a bit, I would like to invite the Golden Buzzer, East Africa Has Got Talent, Miss Lena Kagere. Please come on stage to give us a short presentation. A big round of applause for our young, the future generation.
Protocol observed, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lena Kagere, and I am an environmentalist, a gospel musician, and a child advocate. Of recent, we just celebrated World Environmental Day at Kololo, and the theme was Stop Plastic Pollution, and the theme is still Stop Plastic Pollution. As you see my attire, when I was at Kololo, I was the moving dustbin. I was filled with lots of plastic, and now I'm a moving polythene bag. And once you see this, just know the world is in torture, and the world is going to soon end. And these polythene bags are troublesome makers. Today, as I stand before you to shed the light of the significant draw background of polythene bags, or in our local language, kavera. Polythene bags are commonly used for shopping, packing, but this attire you see me wearing has caused negative, very, very negative effects in our environment. Moreover, polythene bags cause a catastrophic impact on wildlife and ecosystems. My friend, did you know? You see, when we're going to Kampala, when we're passing by Kampala, just going to maybe eat some food, there are some areas where plastic wrappers leave the streets littered, like the ghost of consumption haunting them. My dear friends, let us join hands and make Uganda a cleaner and greener legacy. And as I conclude, actions speak louder than words. And I would love to sing for you a song called Let's Go Green. What have we done to Mother Earth? We are cutting trees, polluting the earth. The seasons are now changing. I need to see more green. We need to see more rain, so we can live a better life. Uganda is our home, so let's go green. Keep Uganda green, plant more trees. This is the pearl of Africa. No cotton trees for fuel, no drainage swamps falling. No, 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 no. Uganda is our home. If we don't go green, the sun will burn and nature will cease to exist, and we'll perish too. So let's go green, no, let's go green. Keep Uganda green, plant more trees. This is the pearl of Africa. No cottages for fuel, no drainage swamps falling. No, 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 no. Uganda is our home, so let's go green. Keep Uganda green, plant more trees. This is the pearl of Africa. No cotton trees for fuel, no drainage swamps falling. No, 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 no.
I would like all of us to please stand up and give a round of applause to this young lady. Thank you so much. We may take our seats, please. Next on the agenda, we have a panel discussion. And at the panel, the speakers will have a chance to introduce themselves. But first, I'd like to welcome Ms. Dagmar to be as the panel moderator. Ms. Flavia, Climate Change Department. UN Women Representative. Youth Representative, Patience Bako. And Lieutenant Teddy Nabakoza, please come on stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. I promise I won't talk this much this time. I promise. The focus will be on our panelists. Please, the panelists can take a seat on stage, and I will stay down here. But let me, if this is possible. Okay. I will give the panelists the opportunity to introduce themselves, but in the meantime, I would like to say that we try to design this in a way in which each panelist also represents a sort of a sector. I know we couldn't have too many people because the panel would be hours and hours. So in a way, we would like to ask Ms. Flavia to represent the government of Uganda as CCD today. UN Women, please represent the development partners. Patience as the representative of the youth, and Madame Teddy as the private sector representative. So thank you all for joining us today. And as the opening question, I will ask each of you to please briefly introduce yourself and your role and what climate change means for you personally. I suggest we start from left to right for this question, but later I will change it up. Please. And you can turn on the microphone. Flavia, why don't you start?
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. I bring warm greetings from the Ministry of Water and Environment Leadership. And specifically at this time, I'm standing in for our Commissioner, Madam Margaret Athieno Mwebesa. I'm Flavia Biekwaso. I'm a Senior Climate Change Officer in the Climate Change Department. Should I begin answering the question or not?
The question is, what does climate change mean for you personally?
Okay. Climate change means long-term impacts which are specifically driven by human activities, and it can also have a natural dimension driven, and it can also be looked at as one that can be reduced intentionally that can also be, the impacts can also be reduced intentionally by different genders on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Patience, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Bako Patience, and I'm a forestry graduate from Makerere University. And to me personally, as a young person, climate change means opportunities, green opportunities for me, an opportunity to be creative, an opportunity to make investments and thrive in this hard situation and be an inspiration to others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madame Teddy.
Thank you. My name is Teddy Nabakoza Galiwango. I am an environmental scientist, a Rotarian, and the developer of Wango. As you can see, I'm wearing it. It's an app. To me, climate change means time. as a scientist, I believe climate change is to happen, weather patterns are to happen. But climate change is how fast we are making this happen. We as humans, it's a matter of time. We are making weather patterns run to a point where we are affecting ourselves, we are affecting our environment at a very big and huge expense.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. I can hear your passion.
Okay.
And I want to emphasize that I'm not asking Paul last because he's male. I was just going in order, so please don't judge me for that one. Please. Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Dagmar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Collins Okela. I work with UN Women. Sometimes when I sit and people look at me and say, oh, so there are men also in UN Women. Yes, UN Women is the entity for gender equality and women empowerment, shortly known as UN Women. And therefore, we have both men and women working for UN Women, just like any other UN entity like UNDP, UNICEF, UNFPA, and those kind of things. Thank you, Dagmar. Going back to the question, what does climate change mean for me? To me, it's about people. It's about the planet. It's about the earth. How we interact as human beings. How do we interact with our environment, with our locality, with the nature? And on the other side, how does nature, come into play? Sometimes we have control over certain things, but also there are aspects where we don't have control. But just to know that our activities as human beings definitely impact on the environment and what happens around us. And therefore, due to that, we are facing the consequences, either in the right direction or in a wrong direction. Definitely, as my colleague, the panelists who is seated right at the angle that I said, it comes also with opportunity, but also with a lot of devastation that we are experiencing at the moment at a global scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It is happening, is what I hear you say, and what I hear all of you say. It is happening. We cannot avoid it from happening. We can adapt. People-centered was another general comment, I think, throughout the panel. I can hear your caring. I think all of us are here because we care. And the last speaker also mentioned some elements are out of our control, while other elements are actually within our control. To lead in the second question, I want to mention that it is now July 2023, and the world is supposed to no longer be gender blind. People are aware that climate change hits vulnerable groups harder, and that in Africa, it is the women who suffer harder due to climate change effects, as they are the ones collecting water, growing crops for home use or sales, collecting firewood, etc. The women are often the ones that need to manage the household with less income due to changing crop seasons and spoiled harvests. Women's vulnerability to climate change stems from a number of factors: social, economical, and cultural. 70% of the 1.3 billion people living in poverty are women. 70%. In urban areas, 40% of the poorest households are headed by women. Women predominantly are involved in the world's food production, while they own 50 to 80% of the people working in food production activities, while less than 10% owns the actual land. Uganda has a lot of very inclusive policies and planning documents in place, and I admire Uganda for that. However, when it comes to implementation, we see that it's still off balance in two ways. One, women are often not involved as agents of change. And this was also earlier mentioned by Gloria from the UNDP. We need to see women as active agents of change in implementing interventions. Secondly, we should stop seeing women as beneficiaries only. And we should make sure that our beneficiaries are equally men and women, or to adhere to the 70% of all poor people. We might actually want to increase that number above 50-50. So back to our panel. Knowing this and discussing this, from your representation today and who you represent, how do you feel we can ensure more equal representation in the value chain and at beneficiary level? What can we do and what are you doing as entities to ensure equal representation? Maybe I go first to our private sector representative, Madam Teddy, please.
Okay, thank you. Women need to be included in the planning process. I believe if more consultation is done, because you don't pretend to understand what the other person goes through, even when you have an idea. Consult, talk to them, know what they go through. They will explain. In private sector, there have been efforts of having policies that include women on advisory committees and leadership program. However much this has been put in place, we are still looking at less representation of women. I'll give myself an example. In my community, that is Akrite City, the next president, but I'm coming after 10 men presidents. No? So imagine a period of 10 years and there hasn't been a female president in a community with over 2,000 homes. So we women need to earn our place. How are we going to earn our place? We need mentorship. We need mentorship. We need guidance. We need to be prepared to be there, to take on roles. So looking at private sector, which has a resource, and we know one of the limitations that women face is lack of enough funding. The private sector has the resources. We need to make sure that these resources are allocated equally. Women should be given equal opportunities. Women should be given equal pay. Women should be realized that we have life challenges that men do not have, I'm sorry to say. We need maternity leaves. Sometimes we need time off even for menstrual cramps. They can't be that bad. It shouldn't be a problem because I get to miss work just one day because I'm not well. We need equal opportunities. We need to be represented. We need to be financed. We need to be mentored to be able to go out there and make it, to earn our place as women. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Paul, next.
Thank you so much. Definitely, there are quite a lot of things that can be done. When I look at the audience, I see quite a lot of women, and most of them young. So may I just ask, how many here don't work? Especially ladies who are here. How many don't work? If you don't work, just don't shy away.
Don't be shy. Yes, I was going to say the same.
Please, just say hands up. Okay, thank you for those who are bold, we had a time use survey recently and connected to what we call care economy. I don't know, care economy, I think Dagmar hinted it here, most of you call it unpaid care work. I'm sure if I interact with the ladies who put up their hands up, you'll realize that you are doing more than 38 hours a week working. The problem with that is that you don't earn anything out of it. And therefore, you are unproductive. Unproductive because you don't contribute much to the GDP in the current context. But as UN Women, we are firewood. That tantamounts to energy poverty, right? So if you're using those hours going and back, how many hours do you need? You need 10 hours. And while you're in the bush, you are at risk of sexual violence, because you are encroaching on a space of some people who are owning that land. That is an issue. That tells you that from energy, from water, from whatever you interact with as a woman or as a young girl, or the way you are socialized affects the way the climate treats us, if you aggregate that together. But what can we do? All of us know that most of you are here, you are lucky, you've been able to attain your education and you're seated here, but there are majority of women out there who haven't had opportunity to be in school, quite many compared to men. So I think there should be a deliberate or intentional plan, and this goes back, of course, to all stakeholders, especially the government, to ensure that the women have education and they have the skills, to participate meaningfully into the value chains of the climate change. When you talk about value chains of climate change, sometimes, what do we mean here? It is how we interrelate, the kind of activities, the processes that we engage in as human beings with the nature on a daily basis, from power to water to whatever you're moving, including in the vehicles that you're interacting with. I think if you put the women at the center of skilling, center of education, that can change the narrative, because then that makes it more tangible to ensure that within the value chains that we have in the climate change, or even the opportunities, women are there. Without that, they'll lag behind and will continue to face the gender gap in the climate actions. 2 is about participation and leadership. I think Teddy here spoke about it. Teddy, congratulations for being the 10th president after all these years. Please, next time you have to bring another lady on board. Leadership and participation is very important. As UN Women, we are working in all realms to ensure that women participate, including in climate actions. Those spaces are very important. I'm happy we had the minister, de facto minister from the other red party here, and unfortunately she has gone. That is good in itself. So as young women who are here, we need to occupy those spaces. The other thing is that we believe so much as UN Women in building movements around climate action. I must thank the young girl who sang here. This is garnering, momentum around issues of climate action. If we aggregate, come together, we'll have a bigger voice, we'll have a bigger say. We'll sit on the table.
The largest population in Uganda are the youth. And in a global ranking, we have the second largest population of young people, that's 78%. And we have very many people ranging between ages of 15 to 30. And various people have different perspectives of who is the youth. So I would love to elaborate on who a youth is in particular. And the definition could vary from one country to another, even between agencies. For instance, you get Commonwealth defines a youth being a young person ranging from ages of 15 to 24, that's male and female. Then you get UNICEF defining a youth as someone ranging from 18 to 29. But then in the Ugandan context, we are with our National Youth Council, we defined a youth as a young person from ages of 18 to 30. So when I heard about mentorship, and we are the largest population, and personally I can attest, at some point I've been a product of mentorship, and I know what it can do to propel action amongst young people. And when we talk about leadership and young girls being in these spaces, I think for a very long time, young women have been underlooked. We have been made to feel like we are very inferior. We even fear to take up spaces, however much we know that we have the capabilities and we can really be the best in those positions. Like, for instance, I took a mantle when I was still in university. I'm now a graduate. I aspired for college chairperson, that's college president for College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. I think when I stood for the position, I got a bit of negativity because some people would be like, how can a woman rule us? How can a woman, is she going to handle the 3 schools? Something like that. But I think with effort and determination, I managed to win my race. And when I won, it was a significant move in that I didn't only win, but I inspired many women within the university because I remember I was the only female chairperson among us the 10 chairpersons in Makerere University. And I can truly say that in the previous elections, we had many women showing up for leadership positions. And this time they're not really shying off to be, like, they were not really shying down for the other junior positions, but they were taking up the mantle to go for the highest positions. We had more women coming to the chairperson positions at various levels. So as youth, yes, we really need to learn from our elders. It's very vital for us. But then we need to also take up the mantle to inspire our fellows. We need to work as a team. We need to pull each other together so that we see that we progress and move together. So on how we can eliminate the gender inequalities in the value chain in climate change in regards to the youth, I feel it's very prudent for the government to come up with policies that are very intentional and focused on empowering youth and focusing on youth inclusivity. Let youth have sport because youth cannot compete with elders. We don't have that expertise, but then we can attain the expertise through mentorship. We can attain it when we are given the capacity, the space for capacity building, when we are given opportunities, and also when they increase our access to resources. It can be financial resources, it can be extra training or fellowships. It's very vital for us to catch up and gain extra skills. We can also increase youth participation in the value chain of climate change by supporting their local initiatives, that's innovations. I can also attest to this. Youth are very brilliant people. I think the former stereotype of this person is young, parents fear to let young people do new things because they feel like they're going to get hurt. They're going to maybe get spoiled or what. I think it's time we begin trusting in young people because I've really seen young people doing amazing work. And if we give them the capacity, I'm very sure they're going to be the champions and they're going to be the ones that are going to help solve this climate change crisis that we are having, that we are facing as a nation. And also they're going to be able to combat or fight the high unemployment rate that's currently among us, that currently youth are facing. And they can take opportunities when the elders let us to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, so inspirational.
Thank you so much, Dagmar. We are answering how to ensure more equal representation in the value chain at beneficial level. I'm looking at it at the government perspective. As women and youth, I think we need to be very intentional and inclusive and have impact in whatever spaces that we are engaged in. For example, if I'm looking at the climate change actions that we are participating in, encourage different women to ensure that wherever we are taking roles we have an influence, and let's be leaders. And maybe there are groups that call themselves maybe Girls for Girls or Women for Women. We hold each other's hands so that we are able to move faster and further. Then the other thing, I would also encourage us here to participate in climate change action at our different levels, whether at national or subnational level. I'm encouraging us to participate in the climate change negotiations because they have a number of different streams that we are looking at. For example, there are things on capacity development, technology development and transfer, gender, mitigation and adaptation. And I'm sure if each one of us here, we identify our different talents and skills, we can reduce the gap on the impacts of climate change, which are affecting our communities at the different levels where we are serving. Then the other issue I wanted to allude to is we should not be passive, we should be active. Some of us can say we want to do something, but you're not moving, you're not actively, or you're not moving into action. So we should take it to the next level, and we should not be shy. If we have something we need to view, let's air it out, and maybe the world will be a better place to live in. Then also the other point I wanted to raise is on how we interact with the people, how we interact as people and the planet and profit. Sometimes we don't talk a lot about the private sector, but it's very key when we are talking about climate change, because they have what we need to move some cheese in the spaces of climate change. We need to educate the business community about what climate change is all about so that they come on board and we come up with cooperations or collaborations or partnerships at the different scales that we are participating in the climate change spaces. Thank you so much, Dagmar.
Thank you so much. I hear a lot of we should be doing this, we should be doing that. So in the next question, I sort of want to tickle you a little bit and focus on, so why are we, or maybe the sector you are representing, not doing those things? And where are we doing really well? But I prefer to focus on where should we do better. If you don't feel comfortable enough about sharing your own weaknesses, please feel free to speak on behalf of your sector. To be able to manage the time, I won't ask all four of you. I'll pick two so that we can address a few more questions and we go. Is anyone feeling comfortable enough to share some of their weaknesses and where, why we are not doing this and why we're talking in terms of should? Anybody wants to volunteer? Otherwise, I'll appoint somebody. Yes, please.
Thank you, Dagmar. I'll speak for private sector. Yeah, I would not really go down. I think when it comes to private sector, we are good at putting up policies, setting up rules, regulations at workplace, but the problem is with implementation, following up. We've had the problem of poor working environment, and we all know that women are affected more when it comes to the working environment. We speak of sexual harassment, but then what happens after I have come up, gaining confidence to come up and report sexual harassment? I will have my fellow women at the workplace backbiting me, talking behind my back. It is sad. So I think we need to monitor these rules and regulations that are being put up in workplaces. We need to fight the gender stereotypes where you believe a woman cannot do this, a woman cannot do that. Patience talked about that. I'll give an example of myself. Again, you said we should be more personal about this. When I developed the app, Wango app, a service providers and skills providers app, the headlines in the news read, "A woman developed an app." I am more than that. Well, they would have said an environmental scientist, a 32-year-old, age, something else to describe me besides being a woman. But the headlines were, "A woman developed an app." And it's a national newspaper that I won't mention. So I think we still have a long way to go. You mentioned about that. And we need to make sure that we implement what we talk about. When we say women should be given equal pay, we are not talking about the women in office. We are talking about a woman that is working on a site on the roadside during construction of a road. If she's serving food, is she collecting materials, is she helping in any kind of way, let her receive an equal pay. Just like the male counterparts that are doing the same. You've talked about equality, you've talked about equity. We still just talk about this. Let us practice it. Let's have the government, I don't know who is representing the government. Let's have them enforce this. They can start by making sure their own agencies, like the Ministry of Works, when they are doing different works around, let them make sure when they set up the number of people that are going to work on that project, the professionals, engineers, architects, and all that, and then the wages earners, the people that are down, that are supportive on those projects, they should ensure that women get the same pay, women get the same opportunity to earn those jobs. By the time a woman comes up and says, "I am going to carry materials on site," it means she's capable. You don't look at her and judge her and say, "Oh, she will not do this." She's capable of doing the same. So to me, what can be done better is following up on these rules, nice, beautiful policies that have been set up. Let's follow up, let's implement and see if they are working. And if they are not working, find out why are they not working and try to bridge the gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I hear you. I really get annoyed by these headlines saying women does this or women does that. Or back to my t-shirt example, I found a lot of t-shirts with saying girl boss. And I was like, why do we need to emphasize that it's a girl boss? It's just a boss. So thank you so much for your... Is there a second volunteer? Yes, patience, please.
Okay, one of the greatest barrier that's preventing youth from addressing the gender inequalities and also limiting their participation in value chain addition or the value chain in climate change is limited resource. And the youth can troubleshoot this by coming together, because I believe if you work solely, you're not going to be able to attain your goal. But then if you can come as a group and then push forward, maybe advocate for policy change, advocate for policy change, or look for places, maybe perhaps in the government, or write grants or something as a group, you could easily get the resources you need. And when you're together, you amplify your voices and you can create the change you want. And the youth can also troubleshoot this through collaboration. They can partner with, say, feminist organization. Maybe if you're an environmental organization and you need expertise, gender expertise, you can have someone with that expertise in the other organization. You can either work with them directly or indirectly, but have them provide you the necessary information you need. I also find it very important to involve youth in research, because research is a very powerful tool, and it's very important to help young people understand the evolving situations around them, inform them, create them aware of the ongoing problem and how they can troubleshoot it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. This automatically means that the next question is for our other two panelists. Oh, you want to respond? Please, please.
Thank you so much, Doug. I think I'll not shoot my foot from the development partner perspective. I think this is a shared challenge among all actors. And issues of climate change and environment are really critical. And I tend to believe that whereas there is quite a lot of empirical evidence and concrete actions for us to take, we sort of tend to put it under the table. I'm not talking about any specific person, but we are doing so less, and yet there's really a lot more to be done. And I look at that as our shared challenge. Can we do more? Can we direct the resources that we have to the right direction? Sometimes this just comes with a lack of prioritization. We are here saying, okay, the issues of climate change is really critical. It is eating us up. We need to do something about it. But on the other hand, say, where are the resources to do this? I don't know. So that in itself is an issue. Of course, there's still more to do in terms of gathering evidence, to tackle the daily challenges that we deal with as humanity. So it is important that we commit and we act. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, I think being in the same sector, some of these challenges are linked to how financing is allocated. Quick results, quick indicators that need to be filled in while reaching the last mile, reaching the disadvantaged groups just takes more effort and more time, and we won't have the quick results that a lot of the funders are looking for. So I hear you, and I fully agree also with what you mentioned. Now, I want to move on to a specific group within the topic of women in climate change, and this is Indigenous women, Indigenous people. In many sessions like today, I hear people talk about scaling up the knowledge of Indigenous women, and because they have very relevant knowledge and relevant knowledge on species, for example, and adaptation. Unfortunately, these conversations often stay at a very abstract level. So today, and for me as a foreigner, it stays at very high level. I would like to gain more understanding of what is meant by this in the Ugandan context. And therefore, oh, yes, thank you. Clearly, I'm boring you all, so this music was needed. So therefore, I want to bring this conversation.
Uganda has over 56 tribes as per the constitution. Recently, when I saw the threatened indigenous people, there were a few mentions here and there. The Ik in Karamoja. I think the Batwa on the southeastern side, and some other few tribes here and there. Well, as UN Women, we have what we call climate resilience agriculture as a flagship program. And we are doing this in 2 locations, but specifically I want to bring on board what we are doing with the women in northern Uganda who have left the camps and they are now back to their land. Definitely the land is expansive. So in partnership with the government and private sector, we mobilize them. And our aim is to make them as productive as possible. So we engage them on what we call a 1-acre model. And then we supported them with the fruit tree planting and also encouraging intercropping and also bringing on board some techniques related, of course, to climate smart agriculture. The result is really, really, really amazing. We started this project in 2019, and up to now, on average, each woman, first of all, we are dealing with over 3,100 women as off-takers, fruit tree planting, mangoes and guava, which has already market, and in between intercropping. We recently did an assessment and realized that on average, each of them gets a minimum of 15 million Uganda shillings on an annual basis from zero. This is amazing. And what even shocked us most is that, of course, these women don't own land, but we went into some consent agreement with them so that they own land and utilize it. So their families, the clan members allocated them land. In consent, they are supposed to use that land. Because what we know in Uganda, women own only 5% of the land, right? It's only 5%. The rest of 95 are for men. So some men actually, or some families decided to add more land. And what shocked us is that some men, including those who are in employment, decided to resign their jobs to come and help women in the farm because it is now very profitable. But what we cannot determine at this point in time, which we are studying, is how the decisions are made within the household on how to utilize that. Definitely, you know, issues of resources, intra-household resources and decision-making processes are a bit complex. I know some women here, I guess some of you are working here. If you go back home, your salary is turned from your account to the other side. They flip it the other side to maintain peace in the house. I'm sorry if that is wrong, a wrong assumption. So that's one aspect. The other aspect, in terms of indigenous people, I come from Karamoja. And when I was growing up, the hospitals were not many, or if they're there is no medicine. So I used to see my grandmother running to the bushes and collecting some herbs. They come and pound it with water they give you, and the next time you're playing. And they do this in a very professional way without necessarily destroying the environment, because they know the importance of the environment. I also know that there are a lot of herbalists who are really professional in harvesting some of these species. You know them, the professors of Gwang and all these kind of things. Even if they are not indigenous people, they are using the environment profitably to ensure that they manufacture, you know, the herbs that can support us. If you can do that in a sustainable way and go more scientific, like what you're seeing, that is really very, very important. The other aspect, of course, to date, I still see the seeds I saw when I was 3 years old. The seeds, right? Seed varieties, sorghum, black beans. I don't know if some of you have seen black beans. I see maize, yellow corn. Some of these seeds, if we didn't have indigenous people who love the local seeds, what they know and what they are comfortable with, and they know that this seed, if I plant it, even if rain is less, I can be able to pick something, put in the granary until and still survive. They are still there. But of course, with the increase in the population, the speed at which the environment is being destructed is alarming and it needs reversal. So I still believe that there are indigenous people outside there who are really, really having good practices that we need to, first of all, study them, and see if we can be able to factor whatever they are doing into positive climate actions. So that is what I can say for now. And I believe even as some of us who are seated here, you are comfortable with the certain varieties of, you know, indigenous seeds and other things that you feel are really core and they can do well within your own locality or within your own environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I?
Yes,
as
please.
well?
And then I'm going to Flavia to make sure she has time as well. Please, you go first.
Okay, just briefly, to me, I would say we recognize the indigenous rights because they have their rights, they have their culture and norms. So when you go into their community, it is important to first understand who these people are, who they are. Because when you look at some of these groups like the Batwa, they have conserved our environment. In their communities, they have schedules of when to go hunting, how far you hunt, what you don't hunt, what they eat, and how they do other activities like fishing. So recognizing their rights and as well as capacity building, involving them in leadership. The Batwa, people look at them as a small group of people living in a forest. Maybe they don't look at them as sophisticated and all that, but there is more to them than that. They're into tourism. You can do Batwa walks. They can tell you about their culture. They're into economics. They have crafts that they do from the raw materials that they have in their forest. So, and also leadership. They have their own structures on how their governance. So there is more to indigenous people than just how they live and how we see them. Yeah, so capacity building and recognizing their rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Flavia, sorry,
Okay,
I'll come back
thank
to
you, Dagmar. I'd like to bring to the attention of this conference that the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change recognizes the rights and obligations of indigenous groups of people, and they encourage governments who are parties to this convention to document this knowledge because it highlights some of the best management practices on climate change adaptation and mitigation. For example, in Karamoja, on one of the studies we were doing, they were telling us that when the winds are blowing in a certain direction, it indicates to them that it's the beginning or the end of a dry or wet season. Then when they are seeing termites in a certain area, it's a certain season also. And there's an ongoing project right now where we are documenting this knowledge and trying to integrate it or mainstream it together with climate science because there are synergies, as you can see, in some of these areas. And fortunately or unfortunately, most of these projects, they have a lifespan and they are on pilot scale. So we are just requesting the donor community or development partners who are here to take it up to full scale at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have about 15 minutes left. There was a reason I was keeping you for last because I actually have a special question only for you. And then you're also welcome to reflect on the topic of indigenous people. Hopefully, inshallah, you will become our president one day. Say this would happen tomorrow. What would you change when it comes to the topic of women in climate change in Uganda? Say you wake up tomorrow morning and you're the president of Uganda. Please share with us your thoughts on how you would make changes to better address the women in climate change or gender equality topic. Please.
Okay, I will correlate the question with the indigenous people as well, because as a person, I'm more interested in building the local economy. And I believe we can build the local economy very fast if we boost the local capacity. And we can boost the local capacity if we give position for local innovations, if we are able to fund, if we are able to uplift these innovations. So personally, I'm researching on the indigenous people. I'm researching on the application of indigenous knowledge in forest conservation by local communities living around Budongo forest. And I chose that research topic because I believed it isn't only the modern forest practices that are keeping the forest intact the way it is. There's something mystical there's something behind the magic that's happening in Budongo, and I'm looking at ways we can at least commercialize these practices and have some income for the local people. Besides that, I believe the same local practices that people are abandoning for what they feel is modern might be the same thing that can save them. For an instance, I was reading a book, The Crisis and Decline in Bunyoro, because I wanted to understand a little context of colonialism and its impact onto conservation. And they have some environmental bit in it, and I came to realize, actually, these practices that people undermine are actually the practices that are actually the technologies that could save us in this modern day crisis. They're actually the technologies that could be sustainable and protect our environment. You get, for instance, the UN Women Rep spoke about the traditional herbalists, traditional specialized doctors, that these people have used that knowledge for a very long time, since time immemorial, I could say. It's a knowledge that have been evolving around, that have been changing, that have been doing traditional experiments on, and that found it very fit, and that's why they use it, not any other. So when you see a group of people who have a very centralized system and very stratified and use a given practice, I think even if you have like several studies, European studies, I feel it's a very bad thing for you to just come and conclude, you know what, you are using medicine, like you're using leaves, this is very bad, but then we should show them. If they're using leaves, I think there's some component, some ingredient in what they're using, and we could transform it into something that suits the modern needs. Just like conservation, you realize people have several attachments, cultural attachments, that's actually preserving the forest. And that's something that should be taken very serious. And also using that traditional governance, we can incorporate that into maybe say have policy reforms to suit the needs and culture of the local people. So me personally, I feel boosting local capacity, local innovations, and I feel very bad, for instance, when a young person has an innovation and I prefer to call it legit because it's extraordinary and they're unique. When a young person has an innovation and they're not hoped, it makes their efforts get drained and demoralizes many. You're not only demoralizing this one person, but you're demoralizing very many. A group of young people mobilize themselves. They even try to show that you have done something, they need assistance, but what do they get? People just turn away from them. I think that's a very bad mentality, and I'm here to request the government, private sector, civil society, the political leaders to come together, support the youth. We can fight unemployment if we listen to the youth and pull up their initiatives. Thank you.
A real call for action. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes left. I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch. So instead of going to the audience and asking questions, I think I would like to encourage you to feel free to talk to any of us during the lunch break and the rest of the afternoon. And because I know once we start going into audience questions, it will be another, I see eager people there trying to raise their hands. But we will easily have another 45 minutes. Yes. How long? Okay. 10 minutes. Okay. Apparently lunch is being delayed. So, okay, forget everything I just said. And we have time to take, please give me a signal when lunch is ready. Okay, perfect. Okay, because it's been all women speaking today, I'm going to pick a man. I have to say that gentleman there was the first one who looked me straight into the eyes and asked for space. So please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dagmar, for this opportunity. And first of all, I want to applaud you for this second edition. I happened to attend the first edition, the one in Makerere University. And let me be honest, at least this time I'm seeing more male figures. I'm now comfortable because the first edition, I remember I was seated next to a lady and then she was like, but this is a women thing. I actually felt offended because I believe that if we are to achieve equality in whatever we are doing, men have to be on board. Yeah, thank you very much. And now going back to the panel, thank you, Madam Teddy Nabakoza, for that. I have a question for you. Let me start by saying, because I've seen this happening most in women. We are talking about increasing women participation, but I believe it should also start with you, the women leaders who have taken up those big positions. Now that you've hinted that you're the 10th president after 10 male what? So now I want to ask you. You are the 10th president of the Rotary Club of Arkwright City.
No. Actually, I'm a Rotarian in Rotary Club of Arkwright City, but I'm the mission green officer. So the presidents I'm talking about is the Arkwright community.
Arkwright community?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, still, it comes to that question. Yes. What have you done, or what are you planning to do to encourage more, like maybe for the next 10 presidents, to be female? What are you doing as you? Because the reason why I'm asking you, I've observed this so many times. Do you know how queen bees behave? The queen bees. Women should stop this tendency of the queen bee syndrome. I think you know what I'm talking about. When you get to those high-level positions, you want these other women who are down to always be coming and begging from you. In your mind, you're like, let her be there. So, it's just a humble appeal. I'm saying it in good faith. As we talk about men maybe being as obstacles, you as women should stop the queen bee syndrome. Are you getting it?
Can we move on to the
Yeah, it's
question?
very important.
Yes.
Then now also back to Bako. Bako, thank you for the zeal and taking up that position. So I would also want to challenge you to do the what? To do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then lastly, also still related to Rotary, I'm a charter vice president of the Rotary Club of Naguru. I think you heard about it. So talking about women participation, the first 5 presidents, including me, were 5 presidents. Now 5 presidents, the first 5 were male presidents. Now we reached a point and then we're like, women are not taking up these positions. Now, the coming ones that now have been females throughout, even the current one who has just been installed. That is one way. So I'm actually challenging you that at that small level where you are, you can also do something. So as the Rotary Club of Naguru, at least we've done something to increase what? Women participation, to take up those higher positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I saw your question here in front, please.
One there, and then another
Oh, here the lady in blue. Blue and white, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Dr. Mebo Komonda. I'm a lecturer here at MUBS. I want to thank you very much for what we have had here. And I thank the men who are here for being present. Thank you. Now, I'm a mother of 3 boys and 3 girls and 4 grandchildren. I thought you'd clap for that. Anyway, now on a serious note, when I'm teaching young people around, I find a lot of girls coming up very strongly, very clear-minded. They come up, they make presentations, they're eloquent, but the boy child is left behind. Sir, the boy child is timid. The boy child is losing confidence. The boy child is not sure. I'm telling you, boys are going into 35, 40, 45. They are not sure whom to marry. I'm worried about our daughters. Who is going to marry our daughters? Sir, in UN, please tell me what is the plan for the boy child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mildred, why don't you pick somebody?
I think that volume was enough. Thank you. My name is Noah Muya. I am a youth leader under the Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs. I am also a journalist and recently became an author. To Bako, thank you for talking about what we have in our minds. Usually, a mind of a young person is like when you do coding. Those who know IT, they know what I'm talking about. If you open a young man's brain, a young woman's brain, you will not understand what goes in there. But what you've talked about is real. Youth support for youth innovations is necessary. We need to create space, more space. We might be having GGI coming in, GIZ, but it's not enough. In Uganda, we have what we call the Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs. We young people, we came together and we say there are youth out there who are doing a lot of work for sustainable development, but not all of them are seen. So we came up as a coalition and say all the youth-led organizations in the country can come together, and that's how we have the coalition, and we are under the SDG Secretariat, and we thank the government of Uganda for giving us the space. The discussion about the indigenous people, the indigenous knowledge, the indigenous communities. In the recently concluded COP27, the outcomes, one of the major discussions there was about the indigenous communities, the need to recognize their efforts in the fight against climate change. 2 days ago, I was looking at the Constitution of Uganda, and I saw that in our country, we have 56 tribes, indigenous tribes. That is how they are described in the Constitution. If I had an opportunity to go, for these discussions that are upcoming for COP28, I would suggest to UNFCCC, that Uganda should be recognized as a purely indigenous country going forward. And that can be the best option for us to have better negotiations in the climate change negotiations. Now, I have been in...
keep it short, please.
Yeah.
Yes, to the point now.
2 minutes. I have been in Karamoja, where my uncle comes from, in the northern part of Karamoja, at Kachere sub-county in Kotido district. This is what I discovered. The available trees, the present trees available there, that you can see that this is the vegetation, are preserved basing on indigenous knowledge. There are trees that they say if you go and cut, you'll get stuck on it. And up to now, and I wrote a book about it. I call it The Wrath of a Tree. I was influenced to write that book after attending the pre-COP conference in Uganda last year. And I'm coming back to the government of Uganda. Here, you told us, the young people, youth and women, should, you said, we should prioritize participation on climate change negotiations. Now my question is, at what level? Because last year I was among the 8 young people in Uganda who were lucky to participate in the pre-COP conference in Entebbe, and I participated in the capacity building cluster. However, after the conference, the next point was, we also the country is supposed to send some people to the event. We're supposed to go to maybe Egypt. This year we're talking about Dubai. But which people go there? How do you select these people? Ask the youth, are we supposed to only participate here and remain here and even don't get feedback on how our ideas have been recommended from up there, or we should also be going there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I want to invite, I see a very young participants in the back from school class, I can't see. The ones, no, they're looking behind them now. I was wondering if one of the real youth might want to elaborate on what they have learned today and see if there's a question. The ones in the white shirts matching.
Okay.
Behind you.
Can I just speak?
Yes,
Dagmar, they
please.
give the little one the microphone.
Yes, they can think about it in the meantime.
And good afternoon, dear delegates. It would be unfair for me to leave without saying a word. My name is Patricia Roy from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm pleased to be a part of this session, and I recognize my colleagues from the Ministry of Water and Environment. And to speak a bit to the question on finance, it's important to say the government is committed. The government of Uganda is committed to ensure that we have climate finance to be able to address all these challenges that we speak about, or our aspirations, or what we want to do when it comes to climate change. So I'd like to say that also the government established the ministry, which you've all heard about, the Climate Finance Unit, the Ministry of Finance, which you've heard about earlier in the day. And the unit is quite aggressive and has competent staff to try and ensure that we mobilize the needed finances to address all the challenges that we can afford to address in our NDCP, in our NDC plan. So just to encourage and give hope to everybody that it's not an issue of government not being committed, but we recognize the challenge that climate change drives, and therefore the government is extremely committed by setting up a specialized unit to simply mobilize money, the money that we need to address all the challenges, or most of it as enshrined in our national climate change plan. So be rest assured that something is being done. It's not just talking in and out, and you'll see the results soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you're being modest, I think. We are looking at one of Uganda's climate negotiators when it comes to gender inclusion. So please to recognize that. Thank you for your input. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Stella. When Bako was chairperson of my college, I was chair Lady Mary Stewart. It was a privilege to serve with her. Speaking of KS, that's the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. We have so many students coming up with innovations at the end of their years of study. So many innovations that feed into the climate change initiative. And I want to implore the people leading this initiative to come down to the students and empower them, mentor them into this whole thing of climate. They really have brilliant ideas, but they lack what we call mentorship. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Asimwe. I am a little earth soldier, as you can see. And today I've learned something, but I want to ask a question.
Please.
How can we be able to maintain the knowledge in girl children? For example, you find a young child, for example, like in villages, and you find they don't know anything about what is happening. So how can we be able to spread that awareness and try to teach them more about what is affecting them and any other thing?
Thank you so much, Joseph, for your question. Thank you for standing up. This will be the last question, and then I'll move to stage, and then we see how far lunch is. Oh, there's one more question.
Thank you. Otherwise, I'm Royce Bwampale Kalenjo. I just recently finished my master's in environment engineering. That's not a point, but I basically afforded to attend COP27 because I was at Egypt Japan University, and luckily enough, I was part of the volunteering organizers. But I'm here. Actually, I'm so glad that I'm here. I'm shocked to have interfaced with the people who somehow planned the very good things for our best presentation in Uganda, like as Uganda. But I was frustrated. I having been part of the organizers, I had launched initiatives which were supported. What do I mean? There are a couple of Ugandans who were supposed to go, they didn't go, just because of not being given some guarantees. There is a group that I'm leading, which we call Unify. This is how I managed to secure badges. So I am asking myself, actually, Minister of Environment in particular, Water and Environment, in any way, have you ever received, like, who, and I don't know whether I should ask who handles the email or what, I would be harsh that way, but I think I have to just ask, did you in any way receive emails trying to let you know that there are some youth who are supposed to be representing Uganda under Unify? Unify, which is a platform established by World Meteorological Organization, and I'm a national focal point. So I wonder, I be like, don't you think there's something to do? In case you know that there's something to do, I wanted to ask something in the line of technical. I appreciate the way we see climate in a nexus format. Water, energy, food nexus. We won't really build a smart city by using only the water concept. We won't come and establish a hydropower today, and tomorrow you be like, I think we need an irrigation. Then when you reach there, they tell you no, the river no longer has the capacity for irrigation. It's already taken by the hydropower. Minister of Energy. So, what's the question that I'm bringing about? When we were at COP27, there is a professor from Harvard whom I luckily enough was in touch with, and I took him to the university where I was, Egypt Japan University, for him to go and teach them the same concept that he taught all other COP members. The truth is, UK has adopted integrated resource management. Not only integrated water, integrated resources. Water, energy, and food experts, all of them use one collaborative platform. Underneath this, they gave actually even a software which they call geodesign. There are many others coming up. I wanted to know, have you taken any initiative of assuring, in as much as, okay, institutional structure has already, it's conventionally we already have them in different places, but we already know it's a challenge. There is this. So how have you, which effort have you taken for now at the level of Uganda of assuring any resource development project, okay, have a very, very careful understanding from each sector so that there is no mismatch in the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We move to
I'm
the...
kindly requesting for more 2 questions. That lady over here. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I'm Anne Grace Akiteng. I'm making an appeal. Recently, I participated in the NSSF High Innovator program, and the question that keeps coming, which goes back to Baku, is it's a very good project, a very, very good program, but it excludes. They are looking at, there are people, including in that program, there were young people with very good innovations, but we kept asking the question, what happens to the people who don't have access to, for example, internet? Because we started the academy online and then went into the boot camp, and what happens to those innovations that don't have access to internet? What happens to the youth who do not have the revenues to show? They have the innovation, but they do not still have the revenues to show, the structures in the company, and yet they are there, very promising, very good, but they are left out of those very good innovations. Is there a way the development partners, the government, this financing that is coming from the ministry, that will look at that category of people? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last question. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Irene Bayana. I work with National Agricultural Research Organization as an economist. It would have been unfair if I left without asking my question. So I appreciate all the panelists, but I have one question to Mr. Okello. You gave a suggestion that we can encourage women to participate in climate adaptation strategies and overcoming issues of climate change by costing unpaid work. I wonder how you are planning to value this enormous unpaid work that we have at home. And given the social norms and cultural norms that we have, I wonder how you are planning to do it without causing domestic violence. Please give us some clarification, because we do not want this to also lead to another problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. If we do another round of questions, not now, please hold the microphone a little bit further away. Okay, I will give you time to answer, but I just want to respond a little bit on the question about COP participation. And I don't know if this is a coincidence, but the two gentlemen who were bringing up the fact that there is no financing to go to the COP, because when you say resources, we realize that you're talking about financing. I just, as somebody who is really in favor of representation, I always talk about representation of women, people with disabilities, Uganda on the bigger scale of the world. The COP has also turned into a site, and this is my personal opinion, it has turned into a circus of hundreds of people from each country traveling to the COP. Thousands of people are there. It's even difficult at the moment to get speakers because there's so many side events that the side events don't get the attention that they deserve because the people are scattered, because it has turned into this big event. If I can give you an advice, because financing will always be a challenge, if I can give you an advice, it would be to focus on being heard by the people that are going to the COP. And there are youth representatives, I'm not saying there are enough, I don't know, and women participants, but I do know the tendency of donors at the moment is, and coming from that side, to reduce funding for people to travel to the COP. So it is highly unlikely, I don't want to discourage anybody, but I'm known for being honest. It is highly unlikely that there will actually be more and more people traveling moving forward. So I encourage you, you mentioned the pre-COP event that took place in Entebbe last year, the post-COP events. I encourage you to be heard, to organize yourself, that the youth representatives or the women representatives that are going, that they have your plan and your input in hand. And they work together to have your voices heard at a event like the COP. But don't put all your eggs in one basket. The COP, unless you're a negotiator, the COP is not the holy grail for solving climate change, to be very honest. So that was just a modest contribution from my side. Then I want to go on stage, and I'll do it again on a voluntary basis. We heard a lot of questions. We don't expect any of you to answer all those questions. But who would like to go first?
I'll start.
Okay, Flavia, sorry. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Dagman. Thank you for those, should I call them informative questions with some answers answered along the way by the moderator and some participants. I'll start with the question on how to enhance participation of the youth in climate change negotiation. And I've realized that some of the youth here, they're asking questions in relation to one of the negotiating streams, which is technology development and transfer in respect of climate change. I encourage you to come and participate in the country discussions that we have in the preparation of the position paper for Uganda when we are going to this conference of parties. And as Dagmar has alluded, the funds are really limited. That is the honest truth. I cannot guarantee anyone that they have to go. Even I myself am not guaranteed. That's the honest truth. But at least if you are a chief negotiator for a particular stream line, let me say capacity development, gender, technology, finance, mitigation, and adaptation, those ones usually go. And there are years where some of them have not gone because there is no funding. So it's not a guarantee. And also, I'm encouraging the youth in that line of technology to move in organized groups or to develop a group so that they are able to come up with guidelines, and they'll be able to attract financing if you're organized. But if you come as one person, I think it's really difficult. You need to be very organized, come up with projects and programs aligned together with the government programs and projects. And we are more than willing to work with you. And I think government has been very lenient. They've given accreditation to people, and some have failed to go because they don't have their own funding. And I'm sure some people are in this room, but I don't think they can be honest enough to say that I was given accreditation, but I failed to attend the Conference of Parties because I didn't have the financing to go. There was also a question on unify the youth. We receive a number of emails. I cannot lie to you that I remember every single email that we receive as a department or as a ministry. But at least the ones which are received and they have genuine, clear tasks and tangible representation, they are given the accreditation and they usually finance themselves. And there are people here whom I can see, they've financed themselves and the only thing they want from government is accreditation, and they are given. So I think I also request people to work together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, specifically Climate Change Department in this climate crisis, to come up with projects and programs so that we are able to reduce the impacts of climate change in our societies. And also the Climate Finance Unit, we are also working closely with them. If you want more information, you can visit our websites. You'll understand our roles and responsibilities in the different areas of research and development, where we are trying to influence policy and practice at the national and subnational levels. Those are my 10 cents for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not easy questions for you, Flavia. So thank you for being honest. I was just informed that lunch is ready, but I want to give the other three panelists also the chance to respond, and also then say any closing words if you have any. Teddy, you were very eager, please.
Yes. First, I would like to give an addition to what the gentleman right there talked about, indigenous tribes in Uganda. As an environmental scientist working with the Buganda Kingdom, I would also take that as something that should be considered, because when you look at the totems the Bugandas have, they are made of plants and animals. And if that is your totem, then you do not eat it. So we have big groups of people not eating certain animals and not eating other plants or even cutting them. So I think that is one of the ways these tribes are contributing to environmental conservation. Yes, to Rotarian Charter President, I have one answer. I am encouraging other women to come into leadership by not quitting. Simple. Because the last woman that tried to become a president became a vice president and quit after 1 month. So it is not easy. Wish me luck. Yeah, and of course, closing words as I finalize. I appreciate this so much, and I would like to talk about Wango. This is my app. It is an app that brings service providers, queue providers together on one platform. It's available on Google Play Store, our website, www.wangoinc.com. Sign up as a user. Please, you can stay home, take care of your children, and just sign up and wait for somebody to contact you when they need your services. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. And definitely promote yourself. This is the moment to do it. Yes. And then we'll finish with our youthful candidate.
Thank you so much. I think I have two questions that were directed to me, one by the professor and then the lady from Naro. Let me start with the one from Naro. I'm not saying that you should live here and then you go and cost the cost of cooking, washing, and then hand over the bill to your partner. That is not what I'm saying. What we are saying is that we want to ensure that women come into more productive sectors and, utilize their capacities and skills to contribute to the economy and, in that effect, to the GDP. And it is not your task that you should be able to do that. What we are saying is that we are looking at a policy direction, just like in other neighboring countries and elsewhere in the world, where we are working with the government to develop a policy on unpaid care work. That goes hand in hand with also ensuring that the plans are developed to ensure that to remove more women away from the care economy, from the care work, so that they engage in productive sectors and contribute to the GDP. That is what we are communicating. Okay? But also, the other thing is to try and have some equity in the care and unpaid care work. It's just not that the woman wakes up at 5 and sleeps at midnight, and then the man wakes up at 8 and is at large. So we are trying to look at it from the policy perspective, but also to streamline into the different development plans that we are developing at community level, at subnational level, and at national level. So that is what we are communicating. For the professor, I don't know what I can say, but I've just been interacting with some research that says for us to attain the gender equality, we need around 180 years to attain that. That's quite I don't know if you're lucky, you'll survive to see that coming to fruition. That said, we are consistently aware that there is also a backlash, that gender is against men. No. As UN Women, we are aware about that. And we are saying that we have developed, or we are working with the government to develop what we call a male engagement strategy to try and tackle some of the challenges that we are seeing. Our young boys and young male adults, feel like they have been sidelined, and the women are all over, taking whatever they can. But I think this has been as a result of sustained engagement and empowerment and awareness raising and skilling and all these kind of things, and building, different categories of girls and women to make sure that they occupy the space in a more productive way and not in a very unproductive way. But also to the male, to the men, young men who are here, I'm aware that when you tweak and twist the ego of a man, then some powers are automatically diminished. That is the issue. Once the females are extremely empowered, that indirectly tweaks the ego of the men, and they say, this one, we cannot handle this one. We cannot handle this one. They will go back to their spaces, and what happens in those spaces definitely are issues around exploitation and issues around abuse of power, and because of their masculinity and ego, and the consequences, which are really, really not preferred. So the message to the men out there: don't get scared, please. There are beautiful young ladies around you. Some of them are your age mates. Please get in touch with them, man. Get in touch with them and have intimacy and marry yourselves, and you continue with the life. Actually, when you do that, you are addressing a lot of things, because this is a woman who is already productive economically, socially. She's an asset. you will get relieved. If you think you are going to be the provider from day one to day, I don't know to how many days, so that you're a man, that it doesn't work that way in the modern era. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Discouraging when I hear the number of years before we have equality, but very encouraging on all the other fronts. So thank you very much. And then last but definitely not.
So they needed to come together, protect their resources as a team, as natives of America, so that these resources are not exploited and taken by the European settlers. So indigenous can be used by people in various contexts and in various discussions. You can always feel free to substitute indigenous with local. You can also substitute indigenous with traditional because it's local in a given particular area. And I think we need to encourage like research that is people-centered, research that is nation-based, and we need to interest ourselves in our history, in what we understand best. We need to realize our capabilities. So on the discussions about climate negotiation, about someone saying they're not given, like, about youth participation at COP, I think I have response in either way. I believe it's very good to invest in self. You can transport yourself, and you can gain in one way or the other social capital, and through an investment, you can get something better. And also, there is also, I also realized there is location-based disparities when it comes to according the finances at some given point. I think the criteria used for distributing or allocating these finances are not just. I wonder if they follow maybe principle, because it's a general issue that's amongst the youth. I think location-based disparity, I mean, like, sometimes someone will give someone an opportunity because they come from a given area, maybe same tribe, or maybe in, it's understandable if it's an NGO, you can give a youth within that NGO. But when it comes at a governmental level, I think they should give credibility. They should give to the best, and should have criteria for obtaining these resources that are totally just, not based on any affiliations. And I also feel it's very fine. It's not bad not to attend COP. Personally, I've not attended COP, but still, I continue with my local actions, because leadership is not, I believe leadership is not about being in a position, maybe up, but it's about being just and truthful to yourself. If you know what you are doing, and what you are doing is really good and impactful, continue doing the good work, continue advocating. Your efforts really matter a lot. And so on the point of the young, the earth warrior, I could regard him as a green patriot, on how the knowledge can be maintained in girl children, spread awareness about what's happening, affecting them. So in rural communities, it's really true and evident that information access is a very big barrier. Most people don't access information. Even sometimes I wonder if the parish development models are really operational. I wonder. But then we can, as young people, I think if we want information to flow faster, we can introduce other ways of advocacy, other ways of information, because generations keep changing. Like personally, my dad, he doesn't feel comfortable in using WhatsApp or other forms of social media, because all these forms of social media weren't available during that time. So him learning how to use social media and everything is a bit complex for him. But then to a young person, I think we have a fresh perspective. We are very excited, and we can take good advantage of social media. We can diversify the flow of information. We can have, we can have maybe visual representations. We we can disseminate this information through movies because people watch movies. Also, we can form mini clubs where people maybe talk about issues that affect them in their respective communities and take local actions, because it's local actions that matter, not the global face or not the national noise. It's that small action that contributes. In regards to the accelerator program, also the same, access to internet being a challenge to youth with innovations, accessing such benefits. I could encourage, if there's any way the government could, maybe they could provide such facilities, maybe in local libraries. I believe every district has a local library. We could have this information at our disposal so that you can easily, all important information that youth need to know, that's in regards to job opportunities, maybe opportunities for financing. We could have this information at libraries and have everyone informed. If you need anything concerning the government, go here and here. I think it will be much easier and they would know that very fast. And to conclude on the question about how we are able to, like the Queen Bee, I think, the Queen Bee syndrome, and how we are working up onto uplifting the other women. Okay, personally, I believe leadership efficacy isn't all about self. Leadership is minding about people, working together, making people realize themselves and their own potentials, also understanding that there's diversity in the people you're trying to lead, and also understanding that you are not the best actually. Even if maybe you are the president of this country, you are not the best and you need advice, and there are people who are better than you, but you can only achieve more if you work together. And so I would love to say that to every young person, I want to tell you that you are really very powerful. You are the best of your generation. You have that unique ability that you need to identify. You need to identify your passion. Don't take a broader perspective. It's better to stick to a given smaller context. That way, it will save your energy and it will help you optimize whatever you're doing. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for the discussion. So please stay with us after lunch, and the logistical announcements will come from our MC. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to also request the panelists to sign the live painting, and I would like to invite Leina Kagere. If you're around, please also come and sign. I've also been reminded there is another girl. Grace Nisima. Grace Nisima, if you're around, please come and sign the live painting. Okay, from now on, they will be shifting table by table to go for lunch.
No training swamps. The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through
contribute to mitigating effects of climate change. It's something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago. There's a number of different
The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change. It's something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago. There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well. We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will
Just
have.
a simple announcement, the ushers are moving around giving coupons for food. Thank you.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that individual households can actually take on board.
Soroti City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Soroti City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI,
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this workshop on greening Uganda's economic recovery and role of innovative financing, including carbon markets.
Uganda and Eastern Africa are disproportionately affected by impacts of climate change, albeit they contribute the least to climate change. Market-based instruments such as carbon markets can be used to accelerate the mitigation of such impacts while contributing to sustainable development. GIZ recognizes trends in international climate issues and helps adjust solutions at local and regional levels in order to implement approaches more quickly and ambitiously. Therefore, GIZ under the Global Carbon Markets Project, GCM, is supporting climate policy in Uganda and promoting the use of carbon markets in Eastern Africa.
The project on carbon markets has been long in Uganda since 2012. It is a component within the climate change under our broader GIZ energy and climate cluster, where we supported mainly the carbon markets to enhance the capacities of the climate change department. Within the decade that we've worked here in Uganda, our work has expanded in portfolio in different directions, but in particular within the larger Eastern Africa, where we focused a lot on capacity building, on new carbon markets, and the famous Article 6.
The project supports the integration of carbon market instruments in climate policies in Uganda and Eastern Africa, thereby providing an enabling environment for the use of carbon markets and carbon pricing instruments to meet climate goals.
So we have supported the government of Uganda in different aspects in the climate.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Soroti City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Sorority City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Soroti City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Soroti City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Sorority City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities will also adopt from there.
The Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, and Entrepreneurship for Impact Foundation, with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation Italy, are implementing the Business for Green Impact project in Sorority City. The focus is to promote green buildings development through policy, entrepreneurial, and business practice support. The project will work with 25 enterprises and promote the adoption of green building codes to improve green urban planning and green building policy adoption.
Entrepreneurs can tap into this to see how they can bring about green materials, the ones whose processing, manufacture and extraction has minimal carbon emissions, and also materials that are longer lasting, materials that are renewable or recyclable or reusable.
Entrepreneurship for Impact issued a call inviting community members who were interested in contributing to the green building agenda. Green building is one of the ways to contribute to mitigating effects of climate change.
It is something that is coming up for us here. But if you went to advanced countries, these people have been using this technology a long time ago.
There's a number of different ways to contribute to the green buildings, be it in terms of energy efficiency, recycling, be it in terms of using eco products, or water management as well.
We are into eco-friendly building materials. For example, lumber. This product is produced out of recycled plastic that one can use for roofing the house or for any other thing that timber would do. And then secondly, we also produce tiles that one can use to replace the iron sheets. We also produce paving stones that one can use for the compound.
You might be in your own conventional home and you will not understand the benefits that the green building will have until you step into that space, until you look at their monthly bills.
We discovered that the conventional building methods contribute almost 40% of the global carbon dioxide emission, with the construction sector alone accounting for almost 80%.
The center was formed to pilot and introduce new concepts that are very relevant to the communities. It's not looking at the big things of maybe huge solar panels. It's the small incremental steps that households, individual households, can actually take on board.
Sorority City, being that it's a newly created city, it gives us an opportunity to expand this concept in our country, Uganda, and maybe other cities.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grace Jordan Sima is my name. I'm a 10-year-old climate justice activist. I go to Kari STEM schools. I'm the author of the Little Art Soldiers book, the ambassador of Creators 2030 UN SDGs, and the leader of the best team in the world, the Little Art Soldiers. With me, I came with a few pioneers. Could you please stand up for recognition? Yes. They are really amazing and they really work hard towards this climate crisis. So the Little Art Soldiers are a generation, or let me say a young army of children that care and fight for the earth. So, as we delve deeper into the climate crisis, we found out that the biggest problem is a very big knowledge gap. And that is why we spread awareness through different arts, for example, poetry, dance, music, drama, rap, etc. Personally, I have written a Little Art Soldiers book to teach children, or let me say people, about climate change in a simplified and fun way. So the Little Art Soldiers do community outreach programs where we visit schools and teach children about climate change and what part they can play. We also visit slums, teach the less privileged children who maybe have not gotten a chance to study such stuff or have never even stepped into school. So we teach them what is affecting them and what part they can play to make their future brighter. So we also have a briquette making project, or let me say a behavior change campaign, where we visit different homesteads and teach people about climate change still and change their mindset. We give them free briquettes that change their mindsets from from charcoal use to briquette use. Did you know that 95% of Uganda's population relies on charcoal and firewood use? Yes. So this is meant to reduce on the rate of deforestation. We also do charity. For example, we visited Karamoja. We visited the different homesteads there and visited the Kochido Health Center and donated food to those different places. We also have a tree planting project in Kanungu, and we believe that by the end of this year, we should be able to have planted over 1,000 palm oil trees. We have recruited over 3,000 Little Art Soldiers, and we believe that by the end of this year, we should have recruited over 500,000 Little Art Soldiers. So when I heard that the theme of this much needed event was to do with innovation, something leaped in my heart. Personally, my friends and I are working around making biodegradable shopping bags and are making a climate change eco application where we teach children about climate change in a creative, simple, and fun way. So yes, we are in and up for innovation. There's another idea that sounds as attractive and falls under innovation, and that is recycling. I beg your pardon. And that is recycling. So when we look around, we see that the industries are given more room to keep on producing single-use plastic. Of course, making massive profits from their packaging at our expense. And to the consumers, we feel good, we buy as much plastic as we can, put it in the bin. Somebody tells us innovation, #technology will solve the problem. We are all about our lives, nothing needs to change. We live our good lives. But did you know that 90% of single-use plastic is never recycled when discarded? Yes, even the one that comes with those arrows, those arrows that chase each other. It weighed on my heart when I learned that plastic takes over 400 to 500 years to decompose. Do not start me on polythene bags. These ones take even over 1,000 years to degrade. And by this I mean they never decompose. They just photodegrade into microplastic streets or busy choking our drainage and sewer systems. Now wait. Before you distance yourself from this plastic problem, I'm referring to that bottled water that you buy every day. But before I continue, I'd like us to please give it's a thumbs up for the first time I've seen a conference without single-use plastic. Thank you so much. So, I'm referring to that bottled water that you buy every day, straws, cutlery, disposable cups, chocolate packets, Gorilla packets, etc. See, we are all guilty of some sort of plastic addiction. When I look at this around this room, I see brilliant minds that have been blessed to live past their 30s. But sadly, by the time I am 30, this problem would have tripled. And if nothing is done, in fact, by 2050, I will be 37 years old. This problem would have quadrupled because we see that over $400 billion is being invested into new plastic plants. You want us to swim in a tsunami of plastic waste? I have a lot to question about the circular economy of plastics. Majority of it ends up in the environment or in the atmosphere. But if when we look around, we see that as the innovators, okay, I beg your pardon once again. Could I please repeat from, okay. Thank you. Majority of this plastic ends up in the environment or in the atmosphere. Plastic isn't a valuable raw material like the makers want us to believe. Instead, it is a problem that needs to be gotten rid of. As the innovators in this room and out there figure out how to reuse, reduce, and recycle the already existing mess, we need to push the makers to higher levels of sustainable innovation, whereby they rethink their packaging on how best to serve us without choking Mother Earth. Without choking Mother Earth. As a country, it takes making painful and deliberate decisions that, for example, banning single-use plastic. We can do without polythene bags. If our sister countries have taken this bold step, we can do it too. And to the leaders in this room and out there, single-use plastic pollution is a social right as well as environmental. And I wouldn't have represented my generation well if I didn't say it is a children's right. Excuse me. If you say that you love us and you're securing a future for us, then leave us a natural home to live in. And as I conclude, love is the most powerful renewable resource that can stop this climate crisis. Just love us a little more. Thank you.
I think we can give her a better hand clap. Thank you so much, Grace, for that poem, for that message that you are sending out there to our leaders. And right about now, I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, from our lunch. And thank you to the organizers, for it was a really nice lunch. I would like to call the Little Earth Soldiers for their dance right now. We can clap for them until they get here.
Planet Earth, my home, my place, a capricious anomaly in the sea of space. Planet Earth, are you just floating by a cloud of dust? Do you care? Have you a part in the deepest emotions of my own heart? Tender with breezes, caressing and whole, alive with music, haunting my soul. Planet Earth, gentle and blue, with all my heart, I love you. What about sunrise? What about rain? What about all the things that you said we were to gain? Did you ever stop to notice all the blood we shed before? Did you ever stop to notice this crying earth, this weeping shore? What have we done to the world? Look what we've done. What about all the peace that you pledged your only son? What about flowering fields? Is there a time? What about all the dreams that you said was yours and mine? Did you ever stop to notice all the children dead from war? Did you ever stop to notice this crying earth, this weeping shore?
Luga embutu ziuna. Hear the song.
Thank you so much, the Little Earth Soldiers, for that creative dance. Grace said something that caught my attention. If you are securing us the future, then leave us a home. I think we can carry that message back home. Right about now, we still have more on our program, and I would like to thank all of you that have been with us from morning right to this time. You're such a lovely audience. I would like to call upon Biamjisho Mebo, who is a MUBS student, and she is an author of some of the poems that we see around, to give us a presentation. Thank you. Binomjisho Mebo, you can come and give us your presentation.
Good afternoon to you all. I hope we are fine. My name is Bainom Shamebo, the current Information Minister of MUBS, and also a poetess. I prepared a poem for the Women in Climate Change event. It's entitled Clean and Green. Our children surely deserve this. It is even suitable for the entire generation. How about a clean environment? Our successors shall enchant with joy, only if our environment is healthy. Our survival is at stake as human beings whenever a tree is cut down. Save trees, for we need that greenery. The fight and the stride for a cleaner earth, a greener earth is for us all. The soil is strangled. The plants and organisms smoother. If we don't let go of the cavera, if we continue using the plastic bottles in our nations, remember the soil is at stake. But our life clinges to this soil, and we cannot live without the soil. Why not dump the cavera today? Why not stop the use of the plastic bottles today? Those before us started a fight, and our role is to keep the fight of the clean environment alive. The fight is for us to keep. This generation is for us to keep. To the lake you spill oils, and yet you still look for fish. The water bodies cry to me. The organisms living in there are suffocated. To them you release toxic chemicals. The clean water is all that we deserve. And I hope that if we are to live today, we save the clean water and we keep the water bodies clean. Remember, the environmental fight is not solo, because global warming does not discriminate. Environmental conservation is a compulsory concern, a fight in which everyone should escort us. We have no option to environmental conservation. This environment is ours to keep, and if we are to keep it, it must be kept clean and green. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mabel. We have to keep it clean and green. Those were the keywords for me. Right about now, we are going to be giving out awards to the outstanding categories. There are different categories, and I would like to call upon Rita Rukundo. Rita Rukundo is a project manager of global carbon markets together with GIZ Carbon Admissions Program to guide us on the awards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed. I hope we've all had a good morning session. It's been quite an eventful session, a lot of activities from the youth, from all other stakeholders. So it's really good to see very happy faces in the room. Those that are not happy will probably be as we go along. But it's a pleasure to be with you also on behalf of GIZ. So as introduced, I'm Rita Rukundo, managing the Global Carbon Markets Project, but also the climate projects under GIZ. And I hereby take the honor and privilege to introduce the Women in Climate Awards, which aim to recognize outstanding leaders and activists in climate action and green growth. The Women in Climate Change Awards were pioneered in 2022, so we had a similar session last year. And this was developed out of the need to shine a light on contributions of women to address the climate crisis. So once again, as part of this conference this year, 5 remarkable women and 1 male champion will be awarded for their transformative solutions and actions to address climate change. So several nominations were received. I think more than maybe 1,000 or so nominations were received and evaluated by a committee of experts with relevant professional experience in climate change. And the committee was also responsible for selecting the award winners in accordance with the criteria of each category and justification for nomination. So thank you all that participated in this process, which ran for a couple of weeks, and we received quite a significant amount of nominations for for the 6 categories. So I'll now introduce the categories just to know exactly what we are handing over. So the awards recognize 1 individual per category. The first one being the Youth Innovation Award, which will go to a young woman that has developed an innovative climate smart technology or project to address the climate crisis. The second category is Women in Technology, which is awarded to a woman using technology to deliver climate mitigation adaptation intervention. For example, those who lead initiatives that use innovative technologies. The third is a Climate Policy Advocacy Leadership Award for a woman who has demonstrated outstanding policy leadership at the national, subnational level in advocating for sound climate and environment activities. Then the fourth is Outstanding Climate Activist Award, a remarkable role in influencing climate action, education, and rallying support for implementation of priority actions, contributing to dialogue and issues around low carbon development and climate resilience in the country. The fifth category is Outstanding Female in Climate Action at Grassroots Level. So this is a new category that was included from last year's categories. So this is for a woman who is involved in climate action at the grassroots level. So this is sub-county, parish, or village level. And the final category, which is again most important and peculiar of these, is the Outstanding Male Champion in Climate Action. This goes out to an outstanding male counterpart who has supported inclusion of women in their activities, but also champions climate negotiations. So the moment now has come for us to announce the winners, and we'll try to go through this fairly quickly due to time. So for this, I would like to take the honors to invite representatives of the Makerere Business School. I would like to invite Professor Muhwezi, the principal of Makerere University Business School, to join me here on the stage. I would also like to invite Dr. Ruth Atuhere, Head of Department, Energy, Science and Technology. And finally, the Guild President of MUBS, of Makerere University Business School. So I'll ask the slides to go up. We have just the slides to show us who are the nominees for the different categories. So for the Youth Innovation Award, as you see, we had a total of 21 people that were nominated for these awards. And as I mentioned before, depending on the different criteria that we use to select, that the committee used to select the winners, I'll now invite Eve to bring the other ones. Could I also kindly invite Dr. Tom Okurut, the chairman of the appointment board, please? You're welcome to join us on the team.
To balance the stage.
Is this my phone?
So you say that's the winner?
Mm-hmm.
It's
You will. You will.
now.
The Youth Innovation Award winner is Akero Immaculate. Akero Immaculate from Kerry Naturals SMC Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, before Immaculate receives her award, let's just listen to this for a minute. Immaculate is born in 1995. She's from Lira district. She's a climate change activist and a lawyer whose works transform the lives of rural women in northern Uganda living along the shear belt. The reason she's here today is because she had a desire to protect the environment, which began when she suffered from dry eyes condition and she was unable to move in the scorching sun that usually made her experience extreme headache and irritation of her eyes. And therefore, her only refuge were the trees along the streets that provided shade, cool breeze, and calmed the headache. Because of this experience, she found herself planting trees and has since grown fond of them. Coming from a shear belt community, Immaculate dedicated herself to protecting and regrowing shear trees in northern Uganda through her organization called Generation Engage Network, and she has since ventured into this value addition to shear under her company called Kerry Naturals SMC Limited. Immaculate was the speaker of the 2018 Parliamentary Youth Moot and represented Uganda at the same year at the Vijana Assembly hosted by the East African Legislative Assembly in Arusha. She represented Uganda at the Vienna Report on SDGs Progress
at the 2022 UN High-Level Political Forum and is currently a member of the Youth Coalition for HDZs. She's also an alumni of the Young African Leaders Initiative, that is the YALI Initiative, East Africa Leadership Center. And you can take the honors to hand over the award to Immaculate.
Congratulations, Immaculate.
For me, Jack, but I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papas. Which kind money we never see before? Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay, I never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't count my grace. I just did my lane. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no one hear what they want. Telling me cooking out my fantasy.
Yeah.
They check if my dad.
Immaculate, you have a minute to say something, please.
Hello, amazing people. I want to say thank you to God. I didn't believe it. I didn't even know I was nominated. I just saw an email. So thank you so much to God. I also want to say thank you to the woman in the room that might have mentioned my name. I don't know who you are, but when people take time to believe in your dream, sometimes it's a confirmation when you want to give up. They may not be here, but I want to say thank you to my family. They never understood what I was doing, but once in a while they held my hand. So this award is not just for me, it's for them. And to the 150 rural women that I work with that have given me their landfills to plant, in their absentia, I want to say thank you. When they see this, they will always believe in my wild ideas. To the organizers of this event, this is a confirmation that disability is not inability.
Oh.
And it's also a confirmation that no matter how wild your dreams might be, there is somewhere watching you on the internet that really believes in you. Your destiny helper may not be the person you sit with every day. Thank you, women, for believing in my wild dreams.
Thank you very much.
Nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I do it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. And that me feel like everybody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep on burning. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac.
We'll have the Women in Technology Award.
The Women in Technology Award winner is Rose Atwine. Rose Twine Eco Group Limited.
I love their plans, they jaga. Make I face my flaws. Make a bad, no use me test wrong. Make butter, no stay my clothes. On my advantage every time I call. Cause the only time where they set my cause. They my holding aside on my run. Me I know they for their tag along. On my advantage every time I call. Cause the only time where they set my cause. I love my haters.
The winner for this category, Women in Technology Award, is Miss Rose Twine. Ms. Rose is the founder of Eco Group Limited. She developed the Eco Rock Stove technology, which runs on solar energy with added benefits of lighting, mobile phone charging, and FM radio, among others. Ms. Twine studied at BATS and the London School of Medicine and Dentistry, which she graduated in nursing and midwifery. But here she is, and she's innovating in renewable energy. Over to you. Ms. Trina, you want to say something?
Good afternoon, everyone. And you've been very patient. So it's been a long day, but we do appreciate everybody's participation. And for the voting committee, we didn't even see this coming. So thank you so much. We've been around for the last 14 years. We've hustled it through, and it's nice to be recognized finally. And more than that, we wish everybody to own an eco stove. It's one thing to award us, but it's another thing to actually cook clean. So thank you so much. But more importantly, I want to thank the team that has contributed to this award, because we didn't get here. I just didn't get here by myself. It's just that the stage won't accommodate everybody in my team. So I congratulate the team as well for being part of this. So thank you so much, and let's keep doing it.
Thank you. This category is on Climate Policy Advocacy and Leadership Award. And the winner is Honorable Beatrice Atim Anywa.
Unfortunately, the minister is not available today. However, we're expecting somebody from the Climate Change Department, from the Ministry of Environment, to take this on her behalf. And
please come. Oh, is the minister coming?
I think Flavia.
Loving you is my devotion. Give you girl full potion. Oh, my beautiful addiction. With a sweet vibration.
The state minister is awarded this accolade because of her persistence in the fight for Makerere Forest and the battle that came alongside the National Association of Professional Environmentalists to stop forest exploitation, and her arrangement of a boycott of the Sugar Corporation of Uganda to exploit the forest. And that's why she's being recognized today. As we wait for somebody to pick up the Minister's Award, we will go to the next category, which is the Climate Activist of the Year.
Thank you very much again. The winner under this category for Climate Activist of the Year is Juliet Grace Luede. I think to be received by Dina Achola. On her behalf. I've been writing this song. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me.
So maybe something about Luwede Juliet Grace. She's a dedicated environmentalist and a passionate climate activist currently pursuing a career in environmentalism and has a strong interest in advocating for policies that conserve natural resources and promote sustainable practices. She's currently in Berlin attending a strategy workshop on women's land rights and gender under the Rio Convention, and she'll only return tomorrow, Friday. Yeah.
If I ask you not, you go deny it. But I know say you did do me science.
Thank you so much, distinguished guests. I'm honored to receive this on behalf of my friend, Juliet Grace Luwede, who actually introduced me to the concept of climate. I am an educationist myself. I'm dedicated to education. And with Luwede, we have together tried to get a nexus between climate change and education in underserved communities in Uganda. And I'm just really honored. Thank you for appreciating the work that Luwede does. We do appreciate. Thank you.
I think the representative of the minister is here to receive her award.
Thank you so much, the organizers. I'm receiving this on behalf of our Minister for Environment, Honorable Beatrice Anya. I know she's very passionate about issues of the environment and climate change. I'm very certain she'll be very happy to receive it. And we are looking forward for more collaborations and partnerships with everybody here. Thank you.
And then the next category is Outstanding Female in Climate Action at Grassroots Level.
Outstanding Female in Climate Action at Grassroots Level. I hope grassroots levels really is. The winner is given to Anna Grace Akiteng.
I don't want to reason bad things no more. I don't want to go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me, I sip my alcohol. I don't want to reason bad things no more. I don't want to go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me,
So Miss Anne Grace Akiteng, she's a certified public accountant and a member of the Institute of Public Accountants of Uganda, ISPAO. She holds a master's degree in business administration from Uganda Management Institute, UMI, with over 15 years of work experience in financial management in the various organizations she's previously worked with, and these include Water Trust, Self-Help Africa, GOTA, and Uganda National Alliance on Clean Cooking Alliance. She's one of the founder members and coordinators of Creative Initiative for Enterprise Development, a company whose focus is on community empowerment through alternative livelihoods like community tree growing, agroforestry, which is aimed at improving and contributing to climate change mitigation and enhancement of livelihoods. Yeah, Miss Grace Akiteng is interested in community involvement, taking nature walks, traveling, singing, and dancing. And she is a mother of 2 beautiful children.
Thank you so much, the organizers, everybody present, and Grace again. It all started in 2016 when we had only one rainy season in Kabaramaido. And my home is next to a central forest reserve, Atigo and Angutawele. So I looked around to see who was helping us with climate change. And I approached NFA to request for community participation in restoring those two central forest reserves. The offer was given. Then we started a CFM group, a collaborative forestry management group. I want to thank in absentia that group because they listened to me, they listened to the call. I come from Alua sub-county. Alua is a food basket in Teso region. Right now, as I talk, we are already harvesting, as other people are still waiting for the crop. We supply Mother Teso with food, but in 2016, it was very harsh. We had one rain season, and the community felt the pinch of climate change. So when I went preaching my gospel, they listened. I want to thank FAO SPGS program. They supported us to establish a community demonstration woodlot where planting trees is new in the eastern part where I come from. When you tell people to plant trees, they look at you and wonder, are you okay? But they only believe when you do it and they see that you can plant a tree and it grows. So Doctor here is a neighbor in one of the forests, and thank you for coming. And I want to thank the people who nominated me. I want to thank because it's not easy. One time I went to the Ministry of Water to look for seedlings. And they told me that, yes, we are doing that, but we are not in the eastern region. We are not in Kabaramaido. I went to Eco Trust. They said, yes, we are doing conservation, but we are not in the east. I went to VI Agroforestry. They said, yes, we are there. We do this, but we are not in the east. So at the ministry, I asked that if even the ministry is not in my district, who is supporting the people in Teso sub-region with promoting regenerating? Because those who have been to the east, you'll attest with me that we are doing very badly. I told them that right now, you are protecting the forests in Budongo, in Western Uganda. The next war, which is going to come, is when we shall be coming to collect firewood from that side, if you are not going to do anything for the east. So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank, I got criticized, including from my family. My son kept telling me that, Mommy, why are you doing things for long term? You do things that are going to bring for you money now. I pitched in many pitches looking for money to support this, but they will tell you, no, we are not funding this because trees are long term. So I changed my pitches. I recently got an award. I mentioned that I won something from NSSF because I had to change my pitch. I changed it to aggregation of grain to sustain the trees. But I kept the trees behind, and yet the trees are the ones which are in front. Thank you so much.
I guess sometimes you have to re-strategize to get where you want to go. And lastly, since we are here, and one of the aims today that they mentioned was to find the bit of equity amongst ourselves, I noticed that we've been awarding women. The last category is now about the outstanding male champion in climate action. See, we are promoting equity, yeah?
And the outstanding male champion in climate action winner, it goes to Isaac Michael Kutesa.
Na party Jamila, we carry bumbo. They make my medulla, they must come and want ya. Baby want ya. Say as you fine like a mommy want ya. Just because you fine like a moja. Who think that we see a lot of ye myself. She don't call me daddy.
Isaac's story is an interesting one. Isaac is a 38-year-old male he's from Uganda. He's born again. He's a certified life gardener and multi-talented individual who is a graphics designer, a radio presenter, and a media personnel. Isaac says what inspired him to get to where he is today is he actually had a tragic event that happened, and he says that this tragic event profoundly impacted him and compelled him to delve into the extensive research on cancer and its underlying causes. He mentioned that he deeply lost a personal family member, and so he went into researching on what actually caused this. The person died of cancer, and he mentions that it was when he did investigations, it revealed that the poor waste management practices, including burning of waste, the proliferation of plastics, unhealthy dietary habits, such as the consumption of agro-synthetic chemicals and inorganic foods, as well as deforestation resulting from industrial and population growth, contribute to the proliferation of various types of cancers and pose severe or adverse effects to public health, the economy, and the environment. And so Isaac and his team have been dedicated since then to informing, educating, empowering communities, and emphasizing the importance of nature conservation. Isaac, congratulations to you.
I don't know how to start, but I am so much grateful. I am Isaac Michael Kutesa. First of all, I will honor my God for this. Because I remember it was in 2007, that's when I got a voice telling me that discover who you are, you will get what to do in this life. And in 2013, I lost a beloved relative due to cancer. And then it pushed me to read much about cancer and getting to know what causes cancer. And the discovery showed that poor waste management, burning of plastics and other wastes, plus consuming these inorganic foods we consume every day, that they contribute to over 36 types of cancer. So I decided to become a solution to this. I shared with my wife and the people around me, but most of the people were discouraging me that I don't think that you succeed into this. But I determined, because I wanted to become a solution to waste reduction. And then I stood, I continued, I gathered the people, we started to do certain things, plus reading a lot. And this will put me to a point of also award the second person in my life who deserved this award is my wife for enduring sleepless nights because I am reading and doing research on different things. I'll also say that surely as me personally, I don't deserve this without my team. I want to appreciate every person in Zero Waste Amazing Projects Foundation, where we have been struggling to push this on social media, doing sensitization in communities. We've tried to search for funding, and you find that they need a lot. They want to see the financial statements, which you haven't really been able to put up. And we have used our personal finances to make sure that we organize trainings for students and community, mainly women and youth, to sensitize them and show them that we need to handle waste in this way, and also helping them to get to know that they have responsibility on their environment, not someone else, but me and you. We are the responsible people on our environment. By the way, for us in Zero Waste, we say that conservation is our responsibility and every waste is a raw material. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your time. And over to you, the MC of the afternoon. We're going to have a short, quick group photo with the winners. So all the winners, please get to the stage real quick. Thank you very much.
Señorita, come ring my bell. Those that have got the awards, kindly come in front and have a group photo. Those that have got the awards. Come with your award as you are coming for the photo. You got that recipe. How do I breathe without your love? Your lollipop pops with love. Oh, maybe let me like your touch. Your body, your body. Hennessy, she my Hennessy. Hennessy, she my Hennessy. Hennessy, she my Hennessy. Bébé, tous les jours tu dis SMT. Tu vois tous les jours tu veux me parler. J'ai pas trop d'amour à gaspiller. Moi quand tu joues c'est qui. Dans tous les cas moi j'irai dans soleil. Il faut des balles pas de chéri coco. Tu peux pas follow bébé ça c'est ton dos. DJ Judex. Classico. C'est pénilé. Oh non c'est pénilé. Oh ouais toi tu veux que mon body. Oh ouais toi tu veux que mon body. Yeah yeah. See she might see she might see. See she might see. She might see.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In your different capacities, my name is Priscilla Lamwaka, and I'm teaching staff at Makerere University Business School. I wish to first of all add my voice to the very many voices of the different presenters that have talked about the role of women in climate change. Yeah, it's really very pertinent now that Africa and the world at large is facing quite very tremendous changes in climate related to climate change. So as women, we really have a big role to play because we are the mothers and we nurture our children. We are the bearers of life. We take care of our families and homes. So it's really very important that the role of women in climate change is given very critical attention. At this juncture, we are driving into the doctoral symposium whereby we are listening to the different PhD students, master students that are going to tell us about the role of women in climate change in their different studies that they are conducting. At this moment, I wish to welcome Dr. Godfrey Nkutu, the Dean FGSR, Faculty of Graduate Studies and Research at Makerere University Business School, to give us remarks that shall be able to enlighten us about the doctoral symposium and to be in position to enlighten everybody of us who is aspiring to pursue their masters and aspiring to pursue their PhD. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Allow me give you the opening remarks. We are diving into our PhD symposium, but I will start by recognizing our chair, MUBS Council, the chairperson appointments board, MUBS, the principal present, our council members who are present, our deans, heads of departments, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On the behalf of the organizers, these organizers follow into this category. This is under the Ministry of Water and Environment, the GIZ, Uganda Country Office, the Global Green Growth Institute, UNDP. We are on their behalf. It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you, the women, and of course the male, but majority are women, who have gathered here today on this climate conference symposium. And you're going to have a series of presenters who will giving you the different insights of the different PhD works in relation to the climate focus that they've so far done. Your presence marks a powerful and significant moment in our collective efforts to address the urgent challenges facing our planet, and which of course the planet is the climate that we are talking about. As we navigate through the rapid changing world, it is important that women have been at the forefront, working tirelessly to combat the climate change and build sustainable futures. Your expertise and innovative solutions, as exhibited in the just concluded awards, have proven time and again that gender equality and inclusiveness are fundamental pillars for the effective climate action. This symposium serves as a platform to amplify our voices in celebrating our achievements and inspiring collaborative action. Together, we will explore and discuss the critical issues we face, sharing experiences, knowledge, and the best sustainable practices that will propel us towards a more resilient and sustainable and equitable future for all. Dear our guests, we do recognize that from history, women have been affected by the climate change. However, we also recognize their important role that they've played as change agents, community leaders, scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and advocates. These important contributions have brought us closer to finding a practical and transformative solutions for a greener and more just the world. I know that throughout this symposium, let us be open, have an open dialogue, a meaningful connection, share experiences that will drive us forward to the agenda of a gender-responsive climate action. Together, we have the power to shape the policies, improve on the partnerships as evident, drive advancements that will not only mitigate the impact of climate change, but also enable us to adapt and thrive in the face of this uncertainty. Okay. Once again, we welcome you, and we wish you nice deliberations in the PhD symposium, where we shall be able to see some of the policies emerging from the presentations, some of the critical solutions that will benefit this audience. With all that said, I want to thank you and welcome you. I'm Dr. Nkut Geoffrey, the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies and Research at Makerere University Business School, where we have some of these programs at master's level. We have a master's in energy, economics, and governance. And then at the doctoral level, we have a PhD in energy, economics, and governance, where the subject matter today resides in those two fields. With all that said, thank you so much, and I wish you nice deliberations.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Without further ado, I wish to welcome our session chair, Professor Ngoma Muhammad, to take up his seat right here. Our leading panelists, Dr. Ronald and Dr. Gabriel, so that we dive right away into the session. Kindly, our presenters, you are reminded to ensure that your PowerPoint presentations are ready with the technical team to enable successful running of the process. You must welcome our session chair to take over this session. Our leading panelists who shall be in position to critique whatever our students shall present, you're also most welcome. Dr. Ronald and Dr. Gabriel. Kindly take up your seats right in front here.
Okay, a good afternoon to you all. I hope you had a very nice lunch. I have been tasked to chair this session of the academicians, but please, the academicians, as you present, I remember you're presenting to non-academicians, so those lambdas and the ontology and epistemology, please do not cross that line. Let's speak the language that people understand. I have the honor to introduce to you the two panelists here. I will ask them to introduce themselves so that I don't mess up with your titles. I'm beginning with the one on my right. Kindly introduce yourself.
You know, there are much of interest is in us identifying the role of local people in addressing climate change. So when you talk about the mothers, the women, you are directly targeting the real culprits of environmental degradation. I'm a medical practitioner by names of Jibril Semakula Omugisha, and the founding director of Million Trees, the national organization, of which I expect our presenters to actively describe the relationship between environmental health with the role of the women, as well as some bits of medical aspects. Especially, we expect a PhD holder really to be clearly indicating the roles of our environment in addressing medicine challenges, especially here in Uganda. Let's interact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Magel.
Hello. It works. I'm being challenged by this chair, as you can see. Keep on wobbling and going backwards. That's a tiny bit of human interest. My name is Dr. Planner Ronald McGill. I'm the project lead for the EU-funded Greening Uganda's urbanization and industrialization. I am a PhD holder. I'm unusual because I did education
and the PhD in energy economics and governance. You may wonder why MUBS is in this area, but you are aware that you cannot detach energy from climate change. Okay, because the players in the energy sector have contributed so much to the bad things we see in the environment, but they have also contributed in terms of the corporate social responsibility in ensuring that we have a clean environment. So as MUBS, we have a number of projects running related to this area, and one of them is the sustainable and clean energy transitions, and this is where our PhD students are coming from. So the first PhD student is Sasila Samuel, who will give us a motivation presentation about climate change. Please keep within the time. I will give you 15 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Protocol observed. My name is Samuel Kusasa, as they've said. I am a PhD student in my second half of second year. That means I'm just going into the hard issues of research. So to them, deliberated from the critical readers or the reviewers, so I'm not going to be subjected to that. But I want to ask the people on the PowerPoint to go back a little bit and play the video there to help people refresh their minds. Thank you. Okay. Can I continue and then we play that later? Okay, you can. Okay.
Mother of 8 children survives by her farming activities and children making, and recognize them as superior to women. In attempt to budget and plan, the females are affected by long-standing inequalities that silence their voices and efforts in making critical decisions to ensure the success on the environmental policies. Dependent as they are on the environment to sustain and feed their families, women suffer most from negative environmental changes, which make them vulnerable. Given the requisite tools and support, women are a driving force for development, and indeed, resilience of households and communities depend on women.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That video was voiced and edited by a team of young people. I don't know whether Alan is here, but Alan is a woman. I'm not a woman, so I never wanted to take the day without recognizing the young ladies I work with. And we are talking about the role of women. So when she does not get opportunity to come up, they should be represented. Why do I stand here today? I want to stand here today to cause us to action and ask a question. Why do you think women voices and actions really matter in climate change? Women, I'm a product of woman. All of us here, if you forget, at one point, you were in the womb and were given birth to. Some of us were born in 1950s, and today, if you were born in 1950, you're 70 years. Those of us, the millennials, the 1980 and 1990, as we live now, we are about a minimum of 30 years. That means if you've experienced heat waves that you no longer need to see, then what about the person who is born in 2020? I have a daughter, I call her Serene. Serene means a calm environment. And Serene was born on the Environmental Day. Fortunately, the name was predetermined and the baby was born on Environmental Day. What a coincidence. But whenever I look at Serene, I imagine her life in the next 70 years, God willing. She's going to experience the worst that we have seen. We are seeing that actually in the next, by 2100, that may sound long, but 70 years, we know that our president is within that age group, so it is not so long, okay? And when we are talking about that, I'm talking about you and me who are going to live maybe up to 70 years. Those children are going to have a double change in the temperature. This report is actually not mine. It is from the IPCC. What does that mean? That means that actually these children of ours are going to experience extreme droughts. You're still talking about the droughts of today? Talk about a change in temperature by 2 degrees Celsius. Where we are now, the temperature from the pre-industrial period has just changed by 1.2 degrees Celsius. Now you're talking about 2 degrees Celsius. That means you're going to have extreme droughts. You're going to have extreme heat waves. I have a baby who does not cover in the night, and it's not a coincidence. When the mother was pregnant, she used not to want to cover because it was extremely hot outside. My baby, in the night, when she was still below a year, she could sweat in the night. Now, what does that mean? We are likely to have another problem of respiratory infections because if the child is not covering the night, you're going to sleep up to morning. That means the dawn wind and air is going to actually be inhaled by this child from when she has little and young lungs, which is likely actually going to become a problem of treating another spillover effect of the heat waves. We're looking at river flooding. Already some people are facing that rough. And cyclones in the different parts of the world. And El Nino rains, which have been actually predicted also to happen this year in the month of November, October, and December. So prepare very well your food systems to be able to handle that. The new epidemics. Mosquitoes have become everywhere. We see mosquitoes actually even times when you don't expect them, even during daytime, because the temperatures are those that are now favoring, and actually mosquitoes are going in areas where they used not to be. And on this, I'm talking about the global perspective. So we are going to experience more crop failure. So as you're still thinking, please think about all those in your context, but I would like us to mind so much about the children we are having today. And actually, you will be interested. Today, I'm not presenting my PhD thesis, as they said, but actually, my thesis is going to be around climate change and children, because I think the role of children is important for the continuity of this country, but also the world. I was impressed by a little girl who spoke the English. I don't know how to speak, but she was very good and she was informative. That means children are not actually passive participants in climate change, but they can be actual change makers. Let's go. I have limited time. Let me rush through. Okay. That's a place we know, all of us. That is the Makerere Forest. The picture above was actually both pictures were obtained from WWF website. And when you see the upper picture, that's what all of us see on the road as we go to Jinja and come back from Jinja. When you enter inside Makerere, this is a familiar picture that actually most Ugandans don't know, especially those who have the comfort of Kampala and they don't want to leave this place to go in the jungles. What is going to happen? Solutions, we may look for them from the macro level, but I have insisted and kept saying that whenever I get an opportunity to speak, I'm not going to speak in a macro perspective. I'm going to go micro. What actions do women, the solutions for women in climate that they have to amplify community resilience are simple. We require that women participate in agroforestry. Agroforestry, if I break it down, is having crops for food mixed with some bits of trees to ensure conservation, but also have climate resilient agriculture. Because what you need to have is, how do I plant my beans and maize that even when the sun is so scorching, they can survive and we at least have something to put on the plate. You saw Muchala Katabazi. The problem is food for children, for women. For men, it's about the pocket change. If a man has a pocket change, it's okay. For women, if there's no food at home, even when you have millions of money, then you will not solve the problem. The other issue is we need to really ensure that we mulch our farmland. These are practices that we think they are traditional, but I think for me they are cost effective because we have waste in the garden that we can use for that. And women, please, as you go back to your villages, think about telling people that the waste from the previous crop, if it was not infected, we can use it actually for mulching and keep the soil moist, but also regain the biodiversity so that we can have fertility and food production increases. Let's move to the other. We have another route that we can use to tackle climate change, and it is the energy route. We are talking about energy transition, and I am going to be excused if I become personal, but actually this is what I believe, that the Kampala people can easily transit to new energy technologies, clean, but for the poor people, we need to frame transition we need to localize transition. Let me use that word. We need to localize transition. And why do I say localize transition? We need to move from dirty and unsustainable energy to clean or sustainable energy sources and products. When I talk about the transition, I'm talking about the simple things we know. You have charcoal and wood versus briquette. We have young ladies who are actually into briquette making. One of them is a smart kitchen solution, Barbara Nantongo, who is so passionate about it. How about we support them? How about we move out and train the women in the villages to turn waste food and waste material into briquette that can be able to at least mix the energy sources and have this issue of deforestation tackled. But also, we can choose to plant trees. And it was part of the previous one, but because I'm running through, I can't spend a lot of time talking about that. But I mean, what fails us from planting indigenous tree species, the musizi, let me use the Uganda word for easy understanding, and we make sure that people have the tree stalks and the branches that fall off for energy, but also at the same time bring back the biodiversity and ecosystems that were lost in that area. But we can also plant fruit trees and meet two things in one, the carbon uptake, but also increasing food security in seasons of famine. Energy efficiency. When I talk about energy efficiency, I'm talking about us using energy in a way that is more sustainable but useful. We have a tendency in our communities and our homes where we put on phones to charge. Then when you come to pick the phone, you just pick the phone, plug it out, and leave the sockets on. Then the other tendency is you find people are in the house in Uganda and the fridge is running 24/7. I don't know what we are cooling, but I know we are cooling water there. We are cooling tomatoes. We are cooling green pepper. We are cooling greens, which we actually bypass every day as we go back to our homes. But because we want to colonize our living, we think what works in the US works in Uganda. We don't have the summer. We don't have the winter. We actually have food in Kampala every day. And I don't know why we keep on the fridges the whole day. What concept works? This is at my home. We only put the fridge on at night. And during the day, the water will be cold, the greens will be okay. Finally, awareness programs are key. And women, as we talk about awareness, we must be action-oriented. The other box is one I'm going to talk about only. And that box is a person who is used to buying things that they don't need. Most of us ladies, I don't know, I have ladies at my home, but I know they have too many things that they don't use. But they keep buying. They find a shoe, they buy. They find a clothes, they buy. iPhones have come. Whenever the iPhone upgrades, you keep the other one and then you buy another one, such that you are at the trend. And what we do when we keep buying is that we are increasing production because they must create value and to meet the demand. That means we increase carbon emissions from these industries. But also, we don't know where you put the old ones that you have not used, the phones. We keep littering them around, and now we have the e-waste, which is a big problem. So what do I have to say finally? We need to watch our lifestyle as women in climate. I'm not talking about the women who are not here, but I'm talking about the women in climate. You need to be so considerate on what you buy. But as the PhD people come, I thought that could be good to motivate us before we get into the modeling issues. Thank you so much. My name is Samuel Kusasela, the founder of Green Life Foundation, a lecturer at MUBS, and I'm glad and passionate to talk about climate change and actionable processes we can go through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for that motivational talk. Samuel is very passionate about the environment. There is a project we were running with him, give a girl child a tree to plant, because he's aware that women are key in protecting the environment. So we look forward to that PhD that you've told us in that direction. The second presenter is Otim Jacob. I'm told Elaso is online, but the link we sent him has expired because he was meant to present between 3:45 and 4. So I request the organizers to create another link for Jacob. He's out of the country, but he's online. So please create another link for Joseph as Jacob makes his presentation. Jacob, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, the members who are present. I'm Jacob Otim, a lecturer at Chambogo University and also a PhD student at the probably final year. This is part of my research work. What I am looking at is basically not at micro level. In economics, we talked about micro and macroeconomics. And I'm looking at the determinants of carbon dioxide emission. And in that particular one, we look at the role of renewable energy consumption, economic growth, urbanization, and since I'm a student of energy and governance, I put governance. Next. So I start this particular talk by looking at the dilemma that many members are not talking about in this particular debate. And I make a quote. We have a single mission to protect and hand on the planet to the next generation, as the young lady said. And that was uttered by the former president of France, Hollande. But at the same time, the biggest risk to African economic growth is climate change. This climate change has a serious implication on our growth strategy from macroeconomic level, in the sense that there are certain actions that we are not supposed to take. A key example is when we started our construction of the pipeline, what we call East Africa crude oil pipeline. There was uproar from European communities and quite a number of organizations saying that pipeline is going to result into high level of emission, 379 metric tons of pollution eating capacity. And that would affect the environment much gravely. But the dilemma is, all countries that have grown, they have grown through fossil fuels. Where do we position ourselves in this particular growth? Do we stop because of environment and we don't grow? And what is the implication if we don't grow? How do we sustain the environment? And later on, we'll be able to look at the environmental Kuznets curve as part of the hypothesis that was basically first coined by Kuznets in 1956. Next. When we look at the contribution of Africa to climate change, it's only 9%. East Asia alone is contributing 27%, and the rest of the other countries. But geographically, we do understand that Africa is the second biggest continent in the world. The contribution to climate change is relatively less, but we are going to suffer so much because of the vulnerability that we have to withstand some of these climate shocks. In terms of what contributes a lot to climate change, is basically CO2 emission, which I think is contributing around 64%. And we know the sources of CO2 emission, basically combustion of fossil fuels, and partly also comes from animal remains. Next. The global temperature is rising, as has been mentioned by the first person, and this has a serious implication on our climate. Within the Indian Ocean, we are seeing it by the scientists, they have reported there is global warming. The Indian Pacific pool is warming, and that has a serious implication in terms of the loss to the ecosystem. And what is the implication to this? A number of organizations have put measures in place, starting from COP1, COP27, and this year we are hearing COP28. And they're doing this every year. But what is the implication of the rise in global temperature? It will basically affect the weak nations which rely on rain-fed water and who rely on nature. They need to pray in order to get rain. And that is going to be a big twist because we have very few ability to adjust to some of these climate vulnerability. Our GDP for East African community countries, about 40% depend on agriculture. So failure in crops, it will have a serious implication. Of course, some people argue that CO2 emission is responsible, it is important for plants, but at a particular level, it leads to breeding of the vectors, and that may affect the environment. And some of those vectors become very serious on our environment, and it has become very costly for farmers to protect them. This particular research work, our key questions were, what are the drivers of CO2 emission? And what kind of causal connections are there between CO2 emission, renewable energy consumption, governance, urbanization, and economic growth in terms of East African communities? Those were the two issues. So this is what Professor said. We don't need to go through these models. These were modeling framework. You can move ahead and we discuss some serious issues. The data for this particular research paper was basically picked from World Bank Development Indicators and also World Bank Governance Index. And the measurement of those variables are, as you can see on the screen. And move forward. This is the approach of the methodology that we use, being basically panel data. We started by looking at cross-sectional dependence, a unity root, co-integration, long-run estimation, and then we tested for granular causality to ensure that all our objectives are fulfilled. We tested for cross-sectional dependence. In our model, we found it was there, and definitely decided on the model that we were expected to use. You can move forward. And that basically the panel unit root as required by our empirical work. You have to follow a particular empirical dimensions. And we tested also for long-run co-integration to check whether the long-run analysis exists for us to do causality tests. And this is where you need to stop a little bit. These were our empirical results. We use basically fully modified ordinary least squares and dynamic ordinary least squares to estimate the effect of some of the factors that affect CO2 emission, because if we know how they affect CO2 emission, we are able to reduce the global warming, which basically is brought about by CO2 emission. So basically in our analysis, we found GDP per capita basically from the first estimation is positive and the second estimation is negative. What does that one tell us? Into what we call environmental Kuznets curve, it shows that you have the inverted U shape. Therefore, we will be able to look at this particular detail in the subsequent slide. But good governance has basically a negative effect on CO2 emission, meaning that if you have good governance, you are able to reduce the level of CO2 emission. Renewable energy has also a potential to reduce CO2 emission, but urbanization has a potential to increase the level of CO2 emission. So if you are to control the CO2, you have to see how best you can reduce or modify the level of your urbanization. In terms of our threshold point, we found a turning point at 375 using fully modified ordinary least squares and dollars, and 675 USDs. That basically, as we talk now, we are going green because most of the East African countries are now at that particular level. Can move forward. This is the environmental Kuznets curve. This turning point is already indicated, but in the second diagram, we are saying, yes, when you reach a maximum, as is postulated by the theory, but there is the possibility of reaching the minimum and then again start rising up. We saw basically from Germany, they had already stopped the production of coal, but during Russian-Ukraine war, they started again going back to the coal plant. That means that after even fighting for the environmental change, there is a possibility of again generating more emission. So this is the relationship which I've already explained in terms of renewable energy having a negative effect on CO2 emission, meaning that it reduces, and governance reduces, and then urbanization has a positive effect. And it is basically confirmed by other previous studies. You can move forward. Move forward. We have already discussed. We will be able to look at the second element of our question, causality test graphically, which makes it more easy to understand. What basically of our interest is CO2 emission. We see governance having basically a two-way relationship. Governance basically responsible for the reduction of CO2 emission, but CO2 emission has also impact on governance. And at the same time, GDP basically is very important in increasing the level of emission. Basically, meaning that if you are to increase your level of gross domestic product per capita, you are also increasing the level of emission, because in order for you to grow, you need to produce more. And in the production process, there is basically combustion and a number of economic activities that take place that generate CO2 emission. And that has a very serious implication. At the same time, also urbanization feeds into CO2 emission, and we have a bidirectional causality. In terms of our policy implications, we advocate for more investment in renewable energy consumption or renewable energies like solar, wind energy, as we have learned that in Karamoja, we have a potential for wind, but basically there are few studies that have been done on the potential of wind energy. We did a particular paper, but we discovered that there are very, very few empirical work done on basically on other sources of renewable. At the moment, people are discussing more about solar energy, but we also have other forms of energies that we can employ. One of them is wind, but we also have geothermal that basically we can also be able to employ, and also nuclear energy, which is a clean source of energy. And we also advocated that there is need for improvement of quality of governance and then lower the effect of urbanization through the use of clean cooking. A number of homes in urban towns are still using rudimentary cooking technologies, and the fuels that they're using are basically still also biomass, and which has a serious impact on the environment. And we are also advocating that if we can be able to increase mass rapid transit, such as the use of electric buses and trains, we will be going a long way to solve our problem. And these are some of the examples of what we can do. Why not use our rooftop with solar energy? Instead of having it blank, but you can be able to use that and ensure that you generate your income, you generate your energy through the solar energy. And this is the system for Uganda with basically electric train. We have started using that, and that will help us to go a long way to reduce emission. And another way is basically to use solar irrigation pump. And this is a practice in India, and that one is in Benin, and so that we are able to adjust for women who are in business, because the issue of women in terms of food production is very, very key. So if we can use solar energy or solar energy pump for our garden, basically we will not be able to depend on rain-fed water, and we will be able to have our fruits year in, year out. And that would be a very important element. In terms of our study, we basically say that future studies should be able to look at foreign direct investment and look at its impact on CO2 emission, because we have also identified that some of the other industries from the European countries or developed countries or global south, they bring their polluting farms into developing countries. That is basically what they call pollution haven hypothesis. And they find a way of transmitting their pollution from their country and they bring into developing countries who should be able to work as their shock absorbers. Next. So I'm towards the conclusion. This is basically what we have been discussing, climate change debates. Basically, we are, in terms of women, we find that women have disproportionate impact. They are basically negatively affected by climate change. And then we need to address the issue of empowerment and resilience. Whenever there is a shock, how best can you identify that particular issue? Sustainable development and livelihood, and then women in leadership and decision making. This has been discussed, making women increasing their participation and ensuring that there is basically climate change justice and gender responsive climate policies, and then creating education awareness. These are some of the key issues that we can be able to handle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob, for your presentation and keeping within the time. I hope the link is now ready. Can we project Joseph? Yeah, Jacob is one of the pioneers of the PhD in energy economics, is one of our pioneer groups. And we shall have the Q&A after all the presentations. So let's keep our questions. Can we have the link? Joseph, are you online already? Joseph. All right, as Joseph prepares himself, allow me invite Professor Jeff Nyegenya, who was meant to give us the keynote address, to tell us something about this theme. And after that, if by that time Joseph is not ready yet, I'll allow the two panelists with me another 2 minutes to comment, to give a comment on the presentation that we've had from Jacob and from Samuel.
Thank you very much. As introduced, I'm JT Nyangenya. I'm a finance person. I'm an accountant and I'm a lawyer. I'm happy to be here and I'm privileged to enjoy the discussion about women and climate change. For starters, I'm impressed with the young children who understand more about climate change more than probably the senior people. I was born in mid-1980s in North Rift of Kenya. My mom was a housewife and my dad was a public servant. The other day, my mom called us and told us I have a problem with my eyes. Because for us, we are now educated through farming. We told her, you can't go to hospital nearby. You have to go all the way to Nairobi to get medication. When she went to Nairobi, she was told that her eyes have cataract. And then we called the doctor and asked why. The doctor said it's due to smoke. We were raised in a village setup. And that's the effect of climate change. People who can suffer is not you and I who are in Kampala. There are people who are in the villages. I'm an accountant. Why don't we talk to accountants? I'm happy to hear my fellow practitioner winning an accolade for last. I'm told I'm not audible. Is that clear enough now? Good. I was very touched when I heard or when I saw an accountant winning. I was also very happy to see a lawyer winning. But there are a lot of discussion on climate. Let me give you 2 or 3 nuggets about policy, which I love so much. I'm a finance person, I'm a tax person. Currently, the president of Uganda, M7, sent back the bill that companies that make losses after 5 years must be taxed. And every person in economics is discussing it. It is running all over. Auditors are talking about it. Tax practitioners are talking about it. Lawyers are talking about it. But have we thought of a fiscal policy that can help us change the perception of climate change? If I go back to do my PhD, probably that will be my area. Climate change and fiscal policy. How can fiscal policy help the government to improve or to alter or to manage or to reorganize climate change? For example, does it make sense to cut trees on Bugolobi Road because you want a wider road? Does it make sense for you to cut down a forest and put a factory? That's an industry. Then the CO2 emission goes up. Then the woman in the village suffers. Aha, I don't know. Does it make sense? Does it make sense for you to give exception, tax exception, or tax exemption on motor vehicle which is specialized, manufactured in 1980, you give it tax exemption, and then it comes and pollutes our environment? Does it make sense for us to overdo or to undo or to give 10-year tax exemption for a factory which is going to import plant and machinery whose technology is for 1970? Then your mom and I will come and say, my eyes are suffering. Does it make sense for you to have a very big building, 17 floors, 20 floors, built in a riparian land, and then you say, I'm giving you tax exemption? What fiscal policy are we going to embed in our law so that we can help a woman in Karamoja in the next 40, 50 years to be okay? My understanding is very simple. If climate change is embedded in our studies, whether you're an accountant, whether you're a financial analyst, whether you are a procurement specialist, whether you're a teacher, I've seen literature students, they're going to give us poetry. But again, at the end of the day, we need to have climate change on the table if we embed it on fiscal policy. Otherwise, the law which was enacted in 2021 will just be there like any other law. The Paris Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, will never move. But if we embed all these innovation that we have, it will be helpful. I run a basketball club. It has also a ladies team. If you follow basketball, you must have heard of a team called JT Jaguars. Currently, we are leading the table. I think it's a challenge for me. Why don't we embed climate change with sports? Why? Is there anything hard? Saudi Arabia now is known because they are using a fossil model. Now they have changed to sports as an alternative investment. Dubai is investing now in sports. Cristiano Ronaldo is where? Is in Saudi Arabia. Why don't we embed this innovation that we have talked about with sports? Because everyone wants to see anything crazy. The old people want to work. The young ones want to sit and use their phones on everything. How do we handle that? Climate change, women, sports, technology must work. If it doesn't work, we are the problem. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep, you raise a number of questions that may not need answers today, but they tickle our minds. I don't know whether Joseph is ready. If Joseph is not ready, I can invite the two panelists. Okay, Joseph, are you online? Joseph Helasu. Okay, not yet, though the presentation is online. I wonder how, or it was saved already on our computers. May I invite the two panelists in 2 minutes to make quick comments to the presentations made so far.
Well, it is of interest that Mr. Otimu Jacob, you directly cited some of the challenges we are facing as a country. However, with less solutions that can be implemented at a local basis. For example, Uganda, we are known to be the part of Africa, which is true. And we largely depend on agriculture for survival and economic growth.
Thank you very much. Let me try to get to hear from you whether you're going to display the slides from that side or I do share from here.
Okay, Joseph, you're welcome. We've been waiting for you. If you're online, your slides are being projected. So please go ahead. I think the panelists will begin from, we'll take over after your presentation. Please go ahead.
Okay. Possibly there is a connection problem. I seem not to see anything, and at the same time I can't hear any sounds. Okay.
You're loud and clear. Just go on with your presentation, Joseph.
Right, I can now see, but I seem not to. Maybe what I'll do is let me just make my presentation, and possibly I'll just use my slides from here. I thought maybe you're going to share from there. I must thank all the organizers of this conference, and of course also giving me the opportunity to participate and make a presentation in this very important conference. The paper that I'm going to present is titled Perceived Satisfaction and household wealth transition. And I'm looking at the evidence from Ugandan households. You will also know that this paper is authored by about 5 people, myself and my supervisors. Okay. So you'll of course notice that we are living in a world today where still the majority of households are using unclean fuel sources for cooking. And as a result, we are also contributing immensely to climate change as a result of the emissions that are produced in the process of cooking within households. So you notice that when households continuously rely on unclean cooking fuels for cooking, you will notice that they will end up having a very unsustainable harvesting and burning of biomass, which has some serious consequences, not only to the health of the household members, but also this contributes immensely to the destruction of plant cover, which is responsible for balancing the atmospheric pressure. We all know the role of the trees and all other plants is ideally two-faced. One is to absorb the carbon dioxide, which is always released to the atmosphere. But also number two is that we know that the trees and all other forest materials act as a carbon stock. And so when we continue relying on these forest resources for cooking, we are not only destroying them, but also we are significantly contributing to climate change. And so you'll also notice that away from the issues of climate change, you also find that the use of these unclean fuel sources also contribute immensely to household air pollution, which now is estimated to cause death of over 4 million young people, children, annually. Now, the effects of these unclean fuels are so much pronounced on the women and the children who spend most of their time, of course, one, in firewood collection, but also two, in the kitchen, in the cooking practice. And so in the end, you find that the emissions that lead to household pollution within the household, the effect will then be much greater in the women and the children. Now, of course, in Uganda, having noticed that this is a challenge, the number of interventions that have been taken out to try to see that possibly households would move away from the use of these unclean fuels and possibly adopt clean fuels. You'll notice that in the NDP 3, for example, 2020-2021 to 2024-2025, there are quite a number of stipulated ideas that are meant to be taken as a way of mitigating the use of these unclean fuels. Of course, one is to try to reduce the share of biomass fuel for cooking, at least from 80% by then to at least 50% possibly by the end of 2019. And also you notice that the other key aspect has been to try to increase the share of clean fuels for cooking, at least from 15% to 50%. But also the other thing that you can see clearly in the NDP3 is the desire to try to increase the uptake of liquefied petroleum gas, which is LPG, which was standing at 1% by then, at least to 80% by the end of probably 2024. As a result, we will now see some outcomes. Of course, you notice
that at least there has been an increase in electricity generation, at least from 400 megawatts by year 2000 to currently 1,346.6 megawatts. But of course, you also notice that there has been an increase in the volume of LPG and solar options that are now available in the country. But we also notice that even when you look at the connections to the grid as of now, you find that there are at least 1,657,000 consumers connected to the grid. What is interesting about this is that you notice that about 92% of these connections are at least at the household level. Now, you'll of course find that even the access rate to the grid now has actually increased. But what is this heartening is that even despite this progress, only a handful of households in Uganda use these clean options for cooking. In this study, we try to pick ideas from the expectancy disconfirmation model or theory by Oliver in 1980 to try to explain the issue of satisfaction. In this study, we argue that households are possibly not transiting to use cleaner sources because they are possibly satisfied with the current source of energy that they are using for cooking. And so we pick some highlights from the expectancy disconfirmation theory and try to explain the idea of perceived satisfaction. And in this theory, the assumption is that households will always try to consider their expectations vis-a-vis the performance of a particular product or a good that they are going to consume. In this case, we are looking at any type of cooking fuel as a good, such that if the households find it satisfactory to continue using a particular type of fuel or good, then they will not see any motivation to move away and adopt another type of fuel for cooking. So therefore, the main assumption here in this theory is that satisfaction involves comparison of the expectations with the observed performance. If I find that firewood satisfies me, then I have no reason to move to another. But then this satisfaction can be either in terms of how I perceive it, or it can be in terms of the cost of the fuel that is there, or it could be in terms of its performance, depending on the type of the meal that the household wants to prepare. Now, of course, when we try to look at this, we'll find that other than just the cost, there are also issues to do with the cultural norms, the tastes and beliefs. But of course, our interest would ideally be to test these perceptions. So in order for us to try to test whether this perceived satisfaction has a role or it has an influence on the decisions that households make on either to transit to cleaner fuels or to stay with the older or the traditional fuels that they use. So in this case, we pick data from UBOS and we pick just the current two waves, the recent two waves, wave 7 and wave 8. And when we put this data together, we try to investigate the question. One of the key questions there is why are households not using clean energy sources, especially electricity, for cooking? So we go and investigate this data, and then we try to estimate this using the random fixed ordered profit model, which is specified as it is seen in the model that I don't know whether you are able to see what I'm doing or not, but possibly if it was possible, I would have shared this, but it's okay. So in our analysis, we estimate a model which is, of course, trying to see whether household energy transition decision can be affected by perceived dissatisfaction. And of course, we also add there some household characteristics. We are concerned about the budget of the household. And we know that for a household to decide on what type of fuel to consume, the issue of the budget is very important. And so because of that, we also add income and other social economic factors in our model. And we try to run this. And when we do that, of course, I can imagine that you're seeing the results there on the screen. So you'll notice that here in our findings, you'll find that ideally perceived satisfaction is significant, positive and significant for biomass fuel, specifically firewood, but also positive for biomass, which is now charcoal, and also at the same time, it's also positive for the fossil, and in this case, we are picking kerosene to represent the fossil fuels. So you notice that ideally, these results are trying to tell us that the more a household feels satisfied with a particular type of fuel, the more they're most likely to continue consuming that particular fuel. And when we see here, we'll find actually that this is what the case is. In this case, you'll notice that households have no incentive to move to use cleaner fuels simply because they are satisfied with the current fuel that they are using. And of course, our results here are really very consistent with the assumptions of the expectancy confirmation theory that states that the more the consumer feels satisfied with the product that they are consuming, the more they are likely to go back and consume the same product. And this is exactly what our results are showing us here. Now, possibly, I don't know whether if you're able to see what I'm doing here, but it's okay. So this is ideally what we are seeing here. When you look at, of course,
Joseph, you have 2 minutes. Can somebody alert
economic
Joseph?
factors such as the size of the household, you look at
Telling me he has 2
the
minutes
household
left.
income, if you look at the sex of the household, all these factors are significant. And what does this mean? It means that these factors here can influence the decisions. Imagine the bigger the size of the household, the more likely that this household will cling on the cheaper fuel sources. And of course, in our setting here, we know that the cheapest resource is ideally traditional fuel. Quickly, allow me to take you through a few recommendations. And one is, of course, I hope my time is not up already. I'm receiving a bit of calls.
Yeah, we give you 1 minute to summarize.
Thank you. And actually, this is my final slide. There are some recommendations that we try to propose here. One of them is having known that really perceptions are crucial in household fuel transition decisions. So we recommend that we develop and implement a comprehensive awareness and education campaign that highlights the benefits of these clean fuels. Okay, and this campaign should cut across rural and urban households so that people get to know that it's not all about what you feel or what you think about the performance of that fuel, but ideally it's also critical for you to know the consequences of continued use of this kind of fuel. The other recommendation we suggest here is that the policymakers would want to adopt a behavioral change communication strategy that may easily address the misconceptions, the cultural beliefs and attitudes related to cooking practices. where people feel that matoke cooked by charcoal is better than that one cooked by a gas cooker, for example. Such misconceptions maybe need to be addressed so that households could be able to see the value in using cleaner fuels as opposed to unclean fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end here because I think my time is up. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joseph, for making up the time even when you're out of the country. It shows the passion you have for this. Now, may I request the panelists to continue. Doctor on my right, continue from where you had stopped. Each of you has maximum of 2 minutes. Yeah.
Well, allow me to deal with Mr. Otimo Jacob as he tells us how best can Uganda implement the green industrial policies, especially now that we need to transform from conventional industry policies to the current ones of green nature. And another thing, you talked about some of the way forwards, but most of them are on a governmental level. They need policies sitting in the parliament, making resolutions, without giving a chance to the local people, the direct people in touch with the environment, on how they can directly reverse the increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the country. Thank you. Then for the case of Joseph, you talked about firewood. It's true that the largest population in Uganda uses firewood as cooking energy. However, it's not the main cause of the decreasing numbers of forests in the country. As you are online, you will help us to clarify on other ways how Uganda has lost its forestry cover and how best can we take actions in reversing it. As far as medicine is concerned, each one of you will tell us. You remember in the COVID era, the Ministry of Health was so much in charge, moving up and down, while most of the ministries were almost dormant. And now you realize that the environment is everyone's responsibility. Therefore, assume that each one of you has been appointed in a ministerial position to serve as the Minister for Environment. How best can you generate the linkage between all the ministries in Uganda so that they can address issues related to environment with public health? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's Dr. McGill. It's your turn.
I pressed the wrong thing. Okay, 3 points. One, I believe that a PhD should generate new, useful knowledge. And I believe that in our case, useful knowledge is meant to be towards gender responsive action. I'm going to go first to Joseph. Joseph, I enjoyed your presentation. It is obviously highly mathematical, but you do bring it down to a practical level in terms of households, cooking, and so on. In other words, there is one area that if we are able to change cooking habits, then we would have an impact on the green development challenge. But the question is, from a PhD point of view, how does the mathematical model justify the changing of our cooking habits? Item 2. When it comes to Jacob, again, highly mathematical, and how on earth any of you have been able to stay awake when you aren't PhD type people? You are to be commended. However, in his case, he moved into areas of urbanization. Now, I happen to be an urbanist through and through, and it would be interesting in terms of his computations how the urbanization challenge, which at present is increasing CO2 emissions, could be altered and reversed. In our case, in terms of triple GI, we have an alternative model, which is the Green Buildings Challenge. And then item 3, which would be from Samuel, his was a very, very practical approach, which is excellent, because I believe ultimately, and any PhD, if it hasn't got practical actions flowing from any theoretical construct, then it isn't very valid. But in his presentation, he was on about localized transition and actionable processes, and these are two key phrases, and he's to be commended. And on those few hesitant words, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph couldn't hear us. I don't know whether he had the questions addressed to him, but Jacob, I will request that you, just Jacob, yeah, you can address the questions raised. I don't know whether Lasso was in position to pick the questions.
Thank you very much for your question, the first doctor. The nature of what I am working on is basically macro. And that's why when you deal with macroeconomic models, you are at government level, not at the individual level. The presentation by my two colleagues, they were looking at a level of what we call microeconomics. They are coming at the household level. But what I'm looking at is at the macro level, where I'm even looking at 6 East African community countries. So basically, it's at the policy level. It's very difficult to domesticate it at the local level, but at the government level, they are able to disaggregate it to the lower levels. That is how macroeconomic works. So that is why you cannot easily understand why I'm not linking like that. It's the nature of the study that I am doing. In terms of his comment of urbanization, our results indicate that urbanization has a negative effect. It has a positive effect in increasing the emission. And when we look at how we do transport in East Africa and how we do our business as urban dwellers, it's such a way that we increase a high level of emission. In terms of transportation, very many people are still using their own vehicles. You'll find, if we look here very well, almost everybody has their own private cars, and all those cars are emitting. So basically, if we talk about mass transportation, we will go a long way reducing the level of emission. And then at the household level, our energy can also be reduced if we improve on our cooking. Uganda has introduced a cooking tariff where they have reduced the tariff for those who want to cook using electricity. And that is also a good policy recommendation that can help in reducing emission level. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. I think time is not on our side. Sorry, Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. I think somebody has given Joseph a text regarding the questions asked. I don't know whether he's ready, but I want to give chance to 2 people from the audience. Yes, Dr. Watundu, and okay, 3. Hey, there are many hands. Okay, let me give 4. I'll end with our council member from NEMA. He has to definitely tell us something. Do we have a microphone moving around?
Yes.
Okay. Please go ahead if you have the microphone.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Hannington Seranga. I'm a secretary of Marafiki United Green Youth Initiative. And luckily enough, I'm also an educator with the International Renewable Energy Agency. My question goes to Mr. Jacobo. I can't physically remember him, but I want him to clarify if honestly could we really grow on a dead planet, because he was ascertaining things to do with development and fossil fuels. So he was like, we should continue the fossil fuel exploration in Hoima, in Oregon. Maybe he has forgotten about the local people, over 2.4 billion people that were displaced, and the harm this eco project is doing to our country. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you move the microphone to...
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, the panelists. I have two issues. The first question goes to Mr. Kusasira, Sam. I know you indicated something about the behavior of women in procuring electronics, used and non-usable in the household, and of course advocated for deterrent measures by ourselves. However, you need to note that we are in an era of technological advancement, and we need to cope with the advancement. We know that if we want to grow, we need to also adjust, and thus we have no options. We need to acquire these gadgets, and if I can use a new phone to help me edit my documents and send my documents and have PowerPoint presentations during my conferences and avoid the laptop, why should I stay with the old phone? So I think it's not just an issue of wanting to have these items, but because we need to have them and move with the trends. So perhaps what I'm thinking, could you look at the side of the producer, the farm? I think they have a better role to play as they come up with these new innovations. They should also provide the disposal mechanisms for their electronics. But as buyers, we are supposed to support this industry, and it's our duty to do that. So maybe you have to expand on your thoughts around this. However, a general question would be, what suggestions do you give to the woman who is supposed to provide food to the family by cooking, and the only solution they have is to use firewood? That's the only source of energy that they can access. Are there ways that you can motivate them to move to renewable energies? And what about probably they may need funding? So it goes beyond telling them the negative effects. Probably they're already aware, but they have limitations. I suggest that the researchers should also look so much on that side, why a woman is insisting on using biomass instead of using another source of energy. And to Mr. Elaso, lastly, you are emphasizing so much about the use of biomass, more so firewood, and its contribution to carbon emissions and reduction in forest cover. As one of the panelists indicated, I think this is, it's half right, but my questions is, to what extent? What percentage does cooking using firewood contribute to reduction in forest cover? I don't think that if 70%, for example, of households are using firewood to cook, it automatically implies 70% reduction in forest cover. Those who have used firewood, I think you agree with me. There's another different source or cause of reduction in forest cover, which we are leaving out.
All right, thank you very much. Members, we are running short of time. We should have left this place at 4:20. So just bear with me. We give the microphone to Dr. Kroot and we end the Q&A. Please, just bear with me. Can you bring the microphone to Dr. Kroot? Then I hand over to the organizers to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to propose, this discussion of the ECOP and the danger to Uganda, that theoretical perspective must be thrown away. And we look at the science behind the whole story. And I think Jacob's statement comes there. The cumulative amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has been pumped by others, not Uganda. Okay? The others have caused the change in climate change, and you are saying we should stay what we are doing. The government must have a share of generating that fuel from the Albertine, and we use it for our development because we didn't contribute to what we are already doing. Already, the forests that you had here, the Budongo, all these things that you are claiming have been cut, have been growing biomass stock from carbon dioxide coming from elsewhere. So the theory, which I wanted probably the researchers to do, is that the tree planting exercise that is being organized in Uganda, the equivalent absorption, carbon dioxide absorption, will be equal to what we are going to generate from fuel. In Uganda, let's look at the equilibrium equation. Whether if we plant a lot of trees, we can absorb all the carbon dioxide that we are going to generate from Albertine, and then we are there. That's the equation. Because if we don't do this and go to sentimental aspects of fear, ECOP is going to destroy Uganda, no, it's not true. Let's go to the science, and the figures are there. So for Jacob and the other guy, plug these equations. Look at how much carbon is absorbed in Uganda from the data that's available, from the forest cover that's existing, how much carbon is absorbed. Calculate how much is going to come out from the fuel processes, because the fuel processes that are going to be there are new technologies where there is going to be no flaring, no nothing going to head. So less carbon dioxide emissions are going to come from there. So do the equilibrium. If the amount of carbon dioxide that's going to be generated is a certain volume, compute how much equivalent our trees can absorb in Uganda. Then we get a net zero equivalence, and then we continue with the eco project so that we also benefit from the oil and the gas that has come in. We don't need to sit down. Please, don't discuss those things from perceptions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members, join me to thank the presenters. Can we give them a big clap? And the panelists and everyone, and the chairperson of the session. Yeah. So thank you very much. I now hand over to the organizers to tell us the next program. Thank you.
To everybody who has listened attentively, we believe that there has been a lot of learning that has taken place. To our presenters, we appreciate, and we are hopeful that the comments shall be taken on effectively and implemented. At this moment, I wish to welcome Bridget to give us an interlude so that we get back our energies flowing. Bridget, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Muksa Bridget Stella. I'm from Makerere University Business School, Mbale campus. I am so passionate about women in climate change, and that is why I composed a poem on a voice of a woman. And here it goes. Have you ever wondered why it is called Mother Nature? Have you ever wondered why it is called Mother Earth? because calling it beautiful is an understatement. Her kindness is one that forgives her children over 100 times and still provides the little she is left with just so that they don't starve. She has been stripped of everything she nurtured and still uses her last strength to keep nurturing more. Because that's what mothers do. They are selfless. Greed of these men has hands choking her every single second just so they can get some paper to create some dirty selfishness. But hey, I'm not here to condemn, I promise. I'm here to call for a voice, a different voice, a voice of a woman. I mean, she is called Mother Earth for a reason. Shall we allow her to be taken care of by another woman? Listen, Greta Thunberg proved that a voice of a woman, regardless of the age, is able to call upon the world to pay attention to the fact that climate change is everyone's responsibility. And more, Sylvia Iao, the first woman to lead the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, once said, our past, our present, and whatever comes in the future definitely depends on what we do. So this is my final say. Women deserve seats in those boardrooms, if in case we are all fighting for a common cause, and that is to give a life to Mother Earth other than sucking it out of her. After all, women are more affected by global warming more than men. Sela, thank you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Our previous speaker noted that women and children have a very big role to play. So at this conference, we also incorporated in schools and universities. So at this moment, I wish to welcome a presentation from St. Zito Senior Secondary School.
All protocol observed. A good evening to you all. My name is Whitney Nachimbugwe, a student from St. Kizito High School, Namugongo. It's a pleasure standing before you for a noble cause, climate change. Women and kids are the biggest victims of impacts of climate change and environmental degradation. But the question is, what is the solution? At St. Kizito High School, Namugongo, our solution is green business skilling beyond mainstream education for the girl child. We do engage in different projects that are aiming at climate action. For example, we do engage in briquette production. And the reason why we're engaging in briquette production is to ensure an eco-friendly environment for the next generations. We do engage in ornamental crafts, and we do this from plastic wastes like bottles. We do engage in rearing black soldier flies in order to add nutrition to animal feeds, composing organic waste from organic fertilizers, backyard and off-yard gardening, empower the girls to stand up for what they believe in, above all, to do all they can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this juncture, without wasting time, I wish to welcome Dr. Tomo Kurut and Ms. Dagmar to give us their closing remarks. Then after, we shall go into a Kodak moment, certificate awarding ceremony. And then everybody at the stores and exhibition points, you're also welcome to join the photo moment.
thank you. We are cutting the closing remarks into two, in which I'm taking the stage first. I think today was very energizing. Although I feel tired now, I feel very energized in my head. I've heard so many amazing stories. So many people leading by examples. The awards, again, was definitely for me a highlight of the day, to hear the people's efforts and the people's stories. Because we're at the end of the day, I don't want to summarize everything. It will be too much, but I do want to thank a few people specifically. And then we still have a number of certificates to hand out. At first, I really want to thank and congratulate Maria from GGI. You now disappeared. Where are you? Maria, she's missing it. Who has been coordinating on behalf of the organizers. I'll make sure to mention her again when I see her. I want to... She's there. Ah, Maria, thank you. I want to say special thanks for Maria, again, the coordinator of the event on behalf of GGI. And I learned so much from you. So thank you also for the interesting interactions we had today. I want to see the logos to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. Can I have the... Oh, CCD, yes, thank you. CCD, the Climate Change Department. Not only giving the opening remarks, being in the panel, but also walking away with one of the awards, of course. Yeah, I think that's it. And again, maybe also a shout out to Makerere University Climate Change. No, this is the other one. Climate Change Association for organizing the Women in Climate Change Walk a few weeks ago. This is all one event, so I want to recognize their efforts as well. Together with teens. I didn't say that earlier. Let me say together with teens. Yes. Again, thank you also for our live artists. I've been really amazed. I haven't seen this yet in Uganda, so thank you for all your efforts. I want to do a shout out, but I'm sorry, my memory is a little bit big. A little bit bad. Can somebody maybe give a microphone and give him the opportunity to give 30 seconds of self-promotion? Just mention your socials, where we can find you, and your passion for climate change. Maybe click on that microphone there. Maybe it works.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
My name is Roland Stibirusia. I'm a visual artist practicing in Kampala, and I run an initiative called Tibirusia Arts Academy, which has been teaching young kids art, and I was impressed by your illustrations, including the bicycle I painted. And then I associate well with the Little Earth Soldiers, the young people who are dancing for us, educating us, and proudly associated with the Teens Uganda. We've been doing so many things, and mine is always on events. I paint portraits, landscapes, and then these commemorative pieces for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And last, but definitely not least, I want to thank again our translators. And I don't admire them because I know I speak very full speed. So thank you for keeping up with me and all the others today. You must be most tired of the day, actually. So everybody I didn't mention, sorry, it is not on purpose, but I appreciate you as much, and I'm happy to do a shout out later. So thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to see you all again. Hopefully more frequent, but also next year at hopefully the 3rd Women in Climate Change event. With that, I think I want to invite Doctor to the stage, and together we will thank our exhibitionists. Is that a word? With the handing out of the certificates, and then the closing remarks from the doctor. I just need some support from the support team for this, I think. Yeah, we're doing first the certificates and then the closing remarks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to be finally rewarding the certificates for the outstanding individuals when it comes to the climate change space. First, the first certificate goes to Makerere University Business School for giving us the opportunity to organize this fruitful event and being involved all the way when it comes to women empowerment. A round of applause for Makerere University. Next, it was a random selection. We are going to have Miss Bako Patience as a youth representative. And I would also like to call upon Miss Namulinde Dagan. Namulinde Dagan? Okay. Next, I would like also to call upon Leina Kagere. The next, I would like to invite St. Chizito High School, Namgongo. For the exhibitors outside, we would like to invite Kwanzi. Please come forward and receive your certificate. I would also like to invite Masupa Enterprises. Please come forward. I don't see them. Okay, for the exhibitors, these are the people who are matching the theme of today. Next, we'd like to call Kimuli Collectors. Reform Africa. Detra Energy and Environmental Contractor. Next, Fair Ventures Digital, please come forward. For those who are not around, please, those who are friends to those who are not around, please let them know to pick their certificates from the Global Green Growth Institute, Ministry of Water and Environment, Luzira. Thank you. As a final word for the event, I would like to leave this quote from Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General. Saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth, these are one and the same fight. We must connect the dots between climate change, water scarcity, energy shortages, global health, food security, and women empowerment. Solutions to one problem must be solutions for all. Thank you all for coming today.
Thank you very much to organizers. And once again, I'm happy to be invited to close this seminar. First in my capacity as a member of council for MUBS, but also my engagement with climate change. My organization I work for now is called Climate Change Action East Africa. And the word action is the operative word. So I want to thank the organizers of this event. This has been a very well-organized event. And for all who attended, I guess when you leave here, you'll not be the same. Something has gone into you. These quotes, these children, everybody, and the artists, that has given you an impression of change. Now, usually, when we go to these meetings and so many other meetings, it is what you do after the meeting that is important. Are you going to take the messages to the next step of action? And that's what we need. Listening to the children was very captivating. Their message is very clear. They need space for their growth. You and me have finished our path, and we want to clog theirs. We must open that space by doing the correct things so that they have a healthy environment and a sustainable climate to live their lives. That's the message. And usually when children talk, sometimes adults say those are children. No, they are giving us a message. A lot of, if you go there, GCF, JEF, special, SSP, so many fundings, adaptation fund, you try there, you not get it. Funds here have a role to see how you can mobilize our resources locally. To the women who have been the target, women and children have been the focus. Create awareness in a village through a small work. Create awareness in a village through a small workshop. One day you say the community is aware. They are not aware. If you go back, the awareness levels must be taken up because it's only an aware person that can transform he or herself. So I believe that for the messages for the women at the background at the community level, that they have to be innovative and aware so that they can use that as tools for change. As I end, I just indicate that government intervention, if you look at the architecture of climate change in Uganda, the government response, there are a lot of policies, climate change policy, climate change act, so many caricature things there. But how many of them mean anything to the person in the village? I used to work for government, I thought we were getting a message out. Now I'm out there and I say, hey, where are these people? Where are they? And now I'm calling these people, I was there. But I noticed there is a gap between what government is doing to respond to climate change, what is actually needed at community level to respond to climate change. And it is conferences like this and you, the actors here today, who may influence government to realize that the change action is needed at a lower ground. I'll end here that at Climate Change East Africa, we have developed a project that we, for short of what we call it 1 acre model, which addresses, the last speaker here talked about Ban Ki-moon. This project addresses the issue of energy, addresses the issue of nutrition, addresses the issue of livelihoods, and addresses the issue of money simultaneously, and can be done at village level, at community level. It can be done already. We have, when we talked about 72 people have already practiced it at individual level. It will be best to practice it at community level. And we are looking for people to support any community they like so that they can adopt this project where all those components of food security, climate change, livelihoods, and actually the development of the self is done there and addresses all the genders. The women, the children, all types of people can participate in this project. And it's out there for everybody to take and pick and use. And that's why the 72 people have taken it, have used, and they're actually too excited of the outcome so far. And I must tell you that the economists came and said, so once again, I thank you all, and I wish all of you to leave this building with a message of change about climate change and the livelihoods of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish to request you to remain, and I welcome all the participants, our keynote speaker of the doctoral symposium, to come for a Kodak moment. Our leading panelists, the presenters, our session chair, deputy dean, our dear principal, and all the aspiring PhD candidates, doctors in the house, deans, you're most welcome. Thank you so much. At this juncture, I wish to appreciate the organizers and everybody, and I hand back the microphone to the key organizers.
We have come to the closure of the event. We have some tea. Those who would like to have something before you leave, it's out there. Thank you so much once again. We meet again, hopefully, next year. Have a safe journey.